After inheriting her parents' house, her older sister kicks Jennifer and her baby out onto the street. And when she finds out day 4. Could she really do that? Veronica asked in despair. It's not fair. Her mother Jennifer led her gaze along the walls of the small but very cozy room, where every little thing, every detail was dear and filled with memories, though not always pleasant, at the mere thought that a quiet and measured life had suddenly come to an end. A chill ran down her spine. Irma has every right to do that, Jennifer said at last. What about us? There's nothing we can do but leave. The tiny flicker of hope in Veronica's eyes faded. She lowered her fluffy dark eyelashes, shrank into a ball, and was silent. Not by years, smart and serious Veronica was about to graduate from the 10th grade and then go to conquer the big city, so as not to repeat the fate of her mother. The hotness with which Veronica was interested in their future fate was unnecessary. She knew that her mother was telling the truth, and that they had no other choice. But despite that, she still didn't want to believe what was happening. It seemed like some kind of bad dream, and she was about to wake up. When she finally looked at her mother, Veronica noted with sadness that she had somehow become sad and seemed to have lost interest in what was going on since she had learned the unpleasant news. Why did grandfather do it? Exclaimed her daughter in anger. Didn't he think of us? What difference does it make now? Jennifer sighed and smiled with just her lips. It's time to pack. Please don't take too much. We won't be any better off with a heavy load. Slowly rising to her feet, Jennifer reached across the table and began to pick up the papers, folding them neatly into a tattered cardboard folder. Finally, she found the unfortunate sheet that had divided their lives into before and after. After running her eyes over the smooth lines, satisfied that there could be no mistake, Jennifer folded it in half and put it away. Jennifer was born in a small village, lingering among the countless small villages scattered across the map of the region like wild apples on the ground at the end of summer. Jennifer loved her native land and knew all the locals by sight, and her childhood could have been happy and carefree if it hadn't been for her mother. Madeline was never happy. She kept her daughters Jennifer and Irma under strict control, never letting them off the hook for a minute, as well as her husband Bernard, who was more silent and tried to spend any free minute outside the house, doing the housework. Unlike her older sister Irma, Jennifer always did what her mother told her to do, trying to please her and earn her approval. But despite her best efforts, she never managed to earn her mother's love. Irma was 5 years older than her sister, and her mother's character. So often quarrels broke out in the house, which even Bernard could not extinguish. It became increasingly difficult to get along together, and therefore, driven by the desire to get out from under the wing of an oppressive mother, Irma soon after graduation married and left the village. Jennifer, on the other hand, stayed. She married a seemingly decent and quiet young man named Ashley, and after a while she gave birth to his daughter Veronica. All would be nothing, but family life under one roof with Madeline did not add up, and to find their corner young could not because of the banal lack of money. In the end, notwithstanding the quarrels with his mother-in-law, Ashley suggested Jennifer to go to the other side of the country to his distant relative. The idea was tempting, but too risky. So Jennifer, unaccustomed to such sudden changes, hesitated. "What are we going to do if your uncle drives us away?" she asked again and again when her husband talked about moving and the work. "What if we can't find a job? Besides, my mom will be against it." Why ask her at all? My husband got angry. "Let's go. Your sister did the right thing. She packed her bags and left. She's married and happy now." "I can't just leave like that," Jennifer objected. "And Veronica, what about her without her grandmother?" "Either you come with me, or I'm going alone. You don't love me anyway, and I don't love you." "We rushed the wedding," Ashley said dryly. "You know that. I'm not ready to stay here for my daughter and put up with your mother. And there are no good jobs in this town, and there never will be. You decide for yourself. Just remember my word, you'll have no peace with your mother as long as she's around." The confession that her husband did not love her took Jennifer by surprise. Of course, she herself realized that there had never been any real, genuine feelings in their relationship, but she didn't dare say it out loud. And why would she? Is there such a thing as true love? Looking at her parents' marriage, Jennifer sadly realized that her father was unhappy but couldn't leave because of the children. Ashley was like her father in some ways, just as calm, sensible, and non-confrontational. The only difference was that he wasn't afraid to start over. Leaving his wife and daughter in confusion, Ashley packed his things and went to spend the night at a neighbor's house, giving Jennifer a couple of days to think about it. It is not known whether he really wanted them to go with him, or whether he offered it out of pity, generosity, or other motives. But upon learning of the refusal, he quietly packed up and left the settlement for good. At first, Jennifer missed her husband. Without him, the house became simply unbearable. But there was no place to leave her parents with a small child in her arms, and Ashley hadn't left her an exact address where he was going. From the day her son-in-law left, Madeline had taken Jennifer in her stride. She wouldn't let her get away with her advice and reproaches, calling her daughter inept and unfit for the role of a real mother. Jennifer had nothing to do but grit her teeth and be patient and silent. So as soon as Veronica went to kindergarten, Jennifer took a job at a local farm to be home less often. When Veronica turned 9, Madeline was gone. And as awful as it sounds, Jennifer breathed a sigh of relief for a while. Her father wasn't too sad about his wife either, and after a couple of months he took a fancy to one of the neighbors and moved in with her, leaving Jennifer and Veronica in the care of the owners. From that moment on, their free life began. The daughter went to school, and Jennifer, having changed several jobs in the village, got a job in the school canteen, which was quite satisfactory. Trouble came when they weren't expecting it. A few years later, Bernard suddenly fell ill. He was rushed from one doctor to another, who could not find out the cause of his illness. He wasted precious time. When the diagnosis was finally made, there was no help for him, and the woman with whom Bernard had been living for the past few years had grown cold to him, apparently unwilling to take on the burden. Jennifer took her father's departure hard. Unlike her mother, he loved her, and sometimes was the only person who was interested in what was happening in her daughter's life. It seemed that things couldn't get any worse. But how mistaken she was. A few weeks later, after a little more peace of mind, Jennifer decided to look at some old color photographs of people who had been gone for a long time, frozen in time. As she pulled out a photo album covered in a soft red cloth from the dresser, she noticed a small envelope lying in the far corner of the drawer, unremarkable. It piqued her genuine interest. Looking inside, Jennifer found some paper, unfolding it and dropping the heavy photo album from her hands. At the noise, her daughter came running in. "Mom, are you hurt? What's wrong?" Approaching her mother, Veronica was scared out of her wits. Jennifer silently moved her lips and, eyes wide open, looked somewhere in the distance. How could he? "Who, Mom?" Veronica asked. "Sit down. I'll get some water." "Nothing," Jennifer whispered. "What's going to happen to us now?" "Veronica, my Veronica." Throwing the envelope and the ill-fated sheet on the dresser, Jennifer covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Nothing seemed to be able to calm her down and bring her to her senses. Veronica didn't understand what was happening. So, without waiting for permission, she grabbed the paper and started reading. "It can't be," she whispered. "So our house belongs to Irma?" He signed it over to her. Jennifer exclaimed and collapsed helplessly on the couch, hiding her face in the cushion. "But you said Auntie has her own house," said Veronica. "Mom, don't cry, please. She's not going to throw us out on the street. We're kin. And why would she want that wreck?" Jennifer was silent. She didn't want to upset her daughter. She couldn't quite believe it was true. How could he? The man to whom she had given all her warmth and affection as a child, whom she had nursed and been with to her last breath. They had never spoken of the inheritance. Jennifer was afraid of offending her father, and she did not want to start this conversation, believing to the last that everything would be all right. However, reading the stamped paper, she clearly remembered the numbers when it was signed. That made it especially painful. "Shall we talk to your aunt?" Veronica suggested. "Do you want me to come with you?" Grandpa said Irma's a good person. "She just has a hard life." Wiping away the tears that rolled from her eyes against her will, Jennifer struggled to calm herself. "No, don't, darling. I'll go and see her myself. Especially since it's been so long since we've seen each other. We'll have something to talk about." Jennifer had planned her trip thoroughly. The road to the village, where her sister had lived all these years, was not close. Besides, it was necessary to think it over. She had rehearsed the most important part of the conversation dozens of times. Even so, it wasn't certain until the end how her sister would react to the news. They hadn't seen Irma in over a decade. Having met the last time quite by chance in the passport office of the regional center, Irma behaved coldly and aloofly. They exchanged a couple of meaningless phrases with her sister and bragged a little about their lives. Quickly, she said goodbye. She did not communicate with her father, took no interest in her mother's affairs, and spoke only of herself. Nor did she come later, when her parents needed her, and when they first one and then the other were gone. It was not difficult to find the house. In the small village where her sister had lived all these years, people were very talkative and curious, and therefore gladly pointed the way to a stone, two-story house with a rather large, by local standards, plot, which stood out among the others. However, Jennifer did not manage to go inside beyond the fence. Her sister, seeing a familiar face, quickly stepped outside the fence and closed the gate behind her. Wrapping herself in a light lilac jacket, which the cool spring wind had mussed, she stepped over a large puddle and found herself on a slippery but smooth surface of ice that had not yet melted. Time seemed to have no power over Irma's appearance. She was still young and well-groomed, with dark, arched eyebrows and a slightly prominent chin. She looked at the world as ruthlessly and irritably as her mum once had. Jennifer didn't remember her mum young, but judging by the old photographs stored in her dresser drawer, they were practically the same face. "Why are you here?" Irma asked at once. "Hello, you look so much better," Jennifer remarked sincerely. "We need to talk to you about something. I know about the fresher part without you. But it's not a good time, because I've got a lot on my plate," said Irma, with a haughty look. Jennifer felt a sudden urge to tell her what was on her mind, but held back and asked, "Why didn't you come to see your father? He waited for you until the last minute. He wanted to see you." "Is that why you're here?" Irma exclaimed. "I phoned and spoke to your husband. He said he'd pass on Dad's request." "So what if you didn't come?" "So there wasn't time. That's all. I don't have dinner ready, and the kids are coming home from school." Jennifer laughed and then sighed and told the whole story straightforwardly, without holding back. As she spoke, Irma's face stretched and then took on a very satisfied expression. There she laughed. "There is justice in this world. I don't see why he signed the house over to you. Could it be some mistake? We're both his daughters." Irma pushed her eyebrows together. "Are you trying to get your hands on the inheritance? Living there all these years while we've been squatting and renting. And now you think it's going to go back to the way it was?" "No, darling, if my father left the house to me, then that's the way it has to be," her sister hissed. "You'd better get your things together quick. It won't be much to sell, but it'll be money well spent." "Wait, where are we going to go? I don't have money to rent a place. And where in the middle of nowhere would you find an empty house to live in?" Jennifer said at a loss. "Veronica has just over a year of school left. And then she'll go to college. If you do decide to sell, then let us stay at least until next summer. And then you can do whatever you want." "No, you have your family, I have mine. By the way, I need money as much as you do. The kids are growing by leaps and bounds. I'm sick of buying them clothes," Irma exclaimed. "Pack your bags and hurry up." She turned round without another word and went quickly out of the wicket door. The cool spring wind blew in his face, as if trying to dull the pain that kept him from breathing. Feeling devastated, Jennifer walked away, bitterly realizing that she no longer had a sister. Who was this woman who had looked down on her a few minutes ago? And what had she and Veronica done to deserve that attitude? She didn't remember how she got home. Jennifer had gone out into the hay by nightfall and, without even undressing, had gone straight to bed. She didn't want to tell her daughter the details of her meeting with Irma, to upset her and tell her that as of today, they had nothing but a pile of useless things. Jennifer kept it all to herself for a few days, denying it, and then told Veronica about her sister's decision. As she packed her things, Jennifer felt nothing. She didn't seem to care what happened next. And she might have, if it hadn't been for Veronica. Her daughter wasn't herself and kept replaying the situation in her mind, and then started looking for a way out. She was going to stay with a school friend, then she suggested staying at the local school, having made an agreement with the watchman, and then she was going to go to the district center and stay with someone she knew who had left the village not so long ago. Canceling her options, Jennifer began to come to her senses. What was she really? A daughter can still be said, a child thinking about the future, and a grown woman just mourns the betrayal of her sister and father. From these thoughts in the soul grew resentment. Dropping her traveling bag on the bench, Jennifer straightened up abruptly and looked at Veronica, who was pacing back and forth in the room, and asked, "Put the kettle on, will you? And I'll walk to the shop. Why, I'll buy something tasty. When was the last time we ate sweets?" Just for no reason, no occasion, Jennifer smiled, looking out of the window. "I don't remember either. It's such lovely weather today. And it's a day off." Veronica was silent for a long time, watching her mother take out clothes from the wardrobe, and then she asked quietly, with a pleading tone in her voice, "Mum, maybe you shouldn't." "Don't what?" "Don't go, please," the daughter whispered. "Clinton's dad went out to fix the car and never came back. Darren told me that no one could even think at the time. That dad was unusually cheerful and happy in the morning. And then they found him in the garage. All that debt. Don't, Mum. How will I be alone? I don't have a father. He doesn't need me. You haven't seen what he's like. I don't have anyone else but you." Veronica was overwhelmed and rushed forward. She grabbed her mum's hand, so hard that even if she wanted to, it would be impossible to get free. Her daughter's eyes filled with tears. Jennifer had never seen her like this. She had never imagined that her daughter could have such terrible thoughts in her head. "Veronica, what the hell are you thinking? Spit, where am I going to go? Did you really think I'd just leave you here alone? Never, never, that's going to happen. Do you hear me? You're the only person I love." Jennifer hugged her daughter. "I just wanted to take my mind off the endless packing. And I wanted to have a word with Mrs. Monica. She knows everyone here. Maybe she can help us with our situation. It's no big deal what happened. Trust me, we're alive and well. That's what matters. Walls, a roof over our heads, that's what matters." She held her daughter tightly to herself and, breathing in the pleasant scent of vanilla, which smelled of her thick hair, gathered in a braid, whispered, "That's it. Let's go and get the kettle. We'll take an appetizing walk together, and you'll choose the cake yourself." Veronica nodded silently, but did not let her mother out of her embrace for a long time. It was only at that moment that Jennifer realized that her seemingly cheerful and sensible daughter was actually very worried and afraid of being left alone in the world. Just as Jennifer had once feared that her mother would kick her out of the house. She had threatened to, and more than once. As she hugged her daughter, Jennifer remembered her sister. How friendly they had been. She thought Irma was a kindred spirit, albeit one of contradictions. Dependent on her moods, but she was her own, she wouldn't betray her. When it became clear that my father could not be helped, thoughts of inheritance crept into my head. What would happen after he was gone? Apart from his 2 daughters, Bernard had no other relatives, which meant that the house, the only property he had, would go to them equally. Running through the options in her mind, Jennifer had already decided to buy her sister's share. Of course, not all at once, but to give the money in installments, if she agreed. In this area, where work was worth its weight in gold, the land was worth a penny, and even half of the old wooden house would be of no use to anyone. There was no way to sell it or rent it out. People abandoned their homes and simply left for other communities where they could get a job. Jennifer understood how a few years ago their retired neighbors, who dreamed of moving to the district center, had decided to get money for their property. However, half of a stone 2-family house and a small plot of land without buildings were not wanted. At first, the price in the advertisement was enough to buy a house in the city with additional payment. However, nobody was in a hurry to buy. Lowering the price tag, the neighbors came to the conclusion that, having given away a good house for almost nothing, they would be able to buy in the district center only a used car, and nothing more. The idea of moving remained a dream. Like the owners, the houses remained in the village. The house where Jennifer and Veronica lived was falling apart. The roof needed repair. The buildings where they used to keep cattle had rotted away, and gas had never been piped to the house. So Jennifer was sure that Irma could be negotiated with, and the situation did not seem desperate at the time. When she took the will in her hands, however, she suddenly realized that her father had left her nothing but a residence in the house, which would very soon have another owner. Irma's behavior was now unpredictable, so Jennifer decided to announce her father's decision herself, without waiting for a scandal, and to persuade her sister to give Veronica at least a year to finish the 11th grade and save some money for rented accommodation. The weather outside was marvelous, and the presence of spring was felt everywhere. A gentle, warm breeze was blowing on our faces. The sound of small brooks and tinkling drops made my ears happy, and the bright sun lightly burned their backs. As Jennifer and Veronica chatted about pleasant things, they came to a local shop on a small patch of land in the heart of the village. It was an old 2-story building with carved wooden paneling on the windows. It seemed that on this Sunday afternoon, silent and as if frozen in time, there was a light inside, despite the clear day. Jennifer pulled the metal door open and entered the cramped room, which was lined on all sides with stalls, and immediately spotted the shop assistant, Mrs. Monica, chatting animatedly with a customer. Veronica said hello loudly and stepped aside to look at a counter of school supplies. Almost anything from butter to appliances could be found in the small shop. "Good afternoon, Jennifer." Mrs. Monica was pleased. "It's been a long time. I thought you were sick." Jennifer was slightly embarrassed and shrugged her shoulders as she said hello to Mrs. Monica and Pamela, who was standing by the cash register with a tightly stuffed cloth bag. "No, not at all. There was just no need." "It's good to have a full fridge," Pamela smiled as she put her shopping away. "There's a lot of stuff in today, so you're just in time. I made a mess too. I don't know how to carry it." Talkative and always friendly, Jennifer liked the local woman for her directness and kindness. Pamela had long since retired after working at the local paramedic station. For more than 30 years, she helped Jennifer out many times when she needed to administer treatment to her daughter, even after she retired and the paramedic station closed for lack of a specialist. "You take your time," Jennifer asked. "We'll get ourselves together now, Veronica, and help carry the shopping home." "Oh no, it's embarrassing to chase you." Jennifer looked reproachfully at Pamela and, touching her shoulder, said, "It's a pleasure. Besides, it's more fun to walk together." "That's right, Jennifer," Mrs. Monica nodded, leaning against the counter. "Don't be stubborn, Pam. You've been helping everyone for how long? Even though you don't have to. You should know how to accept help when it's offered." "So, Veronica, have you chosen anything? Is this cake tasty?" Veronica asked, pointing her finger at the display case, behind which stood a sponge cake with buttercream. "It's the first time I've seen such a cake. And what's more, it's fresh. You should try it. There's a lot of choice these days. If it's a matter of money, I can lend you some. You always pay me back on time." "No thanks, we'll pay you back right away," Jennifer sighed. "I was wondering what I wanted to ask you. Do you know if anyone in the neighborhood needs an AO pair? Residential only." Mrs. Monica's already large eyes widened, highlighted by dark shadows. "You've decided to get a part-time job. But why live in? Veronica and I will need a roof over our heads at least until the end of the school year, and then we'll move to a village or district center," Jennifer admitted. "Wait," Mrs. Monica shook her head. "What about your house?" Reluctantly, choosing her words carefully, Jennifer outlined the situation. Of course, she didn't want rumors about the will to spread in the village, but that would inevitably happen after she and Veronica left the house. When she had finished listening, Mrs. Monica was loudly indignant, and Pamela looked at Jennifer sorrowfully and shook her head. "I apologize for my French," the shop girl blurted out. "Only your sister Irma," Pamela interrupted her. "There's a baby here." "Oh, all right, she has no conscience." "That's what I was going to say. How can you kick your own sister out of your door? What about the grandfather? Granddad? I don't know how to help you. We have people squatting on each other's houses, and some people just abandon them. But they're no longer fit to live in, and we can't find owners. I'd invite you to my place, but I can't. We live together, kids and grandkids." "Jennifer, move in with me. Pamela suddenly said. I'm all alone in a big house, not counting the 3 cats, of course. There's plenty of room for everyone, and it wouldn't be boring. Really? Jennifer was surprised. Of course you're like family to me. Well done, Pamela. And tell Irma that if she comes to the village, she must keep her nose out of the shop. Though if I were you, I wouldn't mess with her at all. Get the cake and get the candy. Mrs. Monica was getting a bag of chocolates from under the counter. No money. Then take them, my good ones. No, I won't take it for free, Jennifer replied, smiling and wagging her head. That's the last thing I need. All right, you can pay me back later. When are you coming? Don't even think about looking for the purse now, Mrs. Monica said. That family. They're nothing but trouble. No order. With a box of cake, fruit and sweets in a bag, Mrs. Monica handed out the treats. Veronica, come here, she said, and without objection, said goodbye. Jennifer walked out of the shop together with the weighty bag, Pamela and Veronica with the sweets. The bright sunshine from indoors was blinding to the eyes. There were puddles and streams everywhere that they had to jump over. Veronica looked around thoughtfully and remained silent, listening to the conversation of the adults. Come tomorrow morning and I'll have everything ready for you tonight, said Pamela. I'll ask Donald to drive the car and don't worry about a thing. There's plenty of room. Thank you so much. Jennifer thanked her, feeling a stinging sensation in her nose. I don't know how to thank you. We won't be staying long. We'll move as soon as we find a place. And don't even think about it. You'll live here until Veronica finishes school. We'll get a bite to eat, and then you can decide. Pamela took the bag from Jennifer's hands, not letting her bring it into the house, and for several minutes looked at her as if she wanted to say something, but could not make up her mind. Well, run along and get your tea, or it may be spring, but you'll get a cold. Jennifer and Veronica walked back towards the house after Pamela's eyes. Mom, I'm sorry about what I said to you today, Veronica said suddenly. It's okay. You see, once we got outside and put off unpacking, the problem solved itself. We'll stay with Pamela. We'll help her with her chores. She's a very nice woman. Yeah, you know I like her. I remember she always had candy in her cupboard for guests. And not just any candy, but chocolate. You'll work, and I'll help around the house. Jennifer smiled. What about school? That's in the morning. And the evening is free. Towards evening, when it was beginning to get dark outside, Pamela phoned and, after talking a little about distractions, asked, Would you come round for half an hour? Not without Veronica. Okay, Jennifer said thoughtfully. Is something wrong? No, I just want to talk about the move. To be honest, I need some help. Just a little bit of help getting things out, putting things away. Why didn't you say so in the first place? I'm on my way. Take your time. I'll put the kettle on. Promising not to stay out too late, Jennifer gathered some treats for tea, threw on her coat and hurried into the center of the village. Pamela lived not far from the square where the 2 shops were located, the only single-story stone buildings for dozens of kilometers. The house, with its blue shutters decorated with intricate patterns, was a delight to the eye. Behind the small hedge there was always perfect order. Pamela had once kept livestock and used the space for useful crops, but the years had taken their toll. Now she had enough for a small plot. In addition, there was almost no energy left for a whole farm. But despite this, the land did not fall into disrepair and was neatly sown with a lawn. The porch was lined with amazing animal figurines, made from improvised materials during the long winter evenings. When she met Jennifer on the doorstep, Pamela made a fuss, urging her to go straight to the kitchen and get some tea to warm her up. What about the help? Jennifer wondered, taking off her outer garments. First things first, then tea. It's nothing. We can be done in a couple of minutes. Well, I've got some sweets for tea, too. No, why? Veronica said you should try the cake. Jennifer smiled. It's delicious. Pamela's gray-blue eyes sparkled and her lips stretched into a smile. Good. But I'll be doing the catering tomorrow. It's a housewarming party. The sweet smell of strawberries wafted through the spacious kitchen, and cups with tea bags dipped in them were already on the table. Pamela fidgeted about as if she were very worried. When she finally sat down at the table, she was silent for a long time. Stirring the sugar in her tea, Pamela stared thoughtfully straight ahead. Is something wrong? Jennifer couldn't help it. Is it just me, or are you upset? Let's take a personal name, Pamela suggested. Okay, nothing's just wrong. Oh, I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know how to start. We need to talk about your parents, your father. Jennifer was surprised. If you think I'm angry about what he did, you're wrong. It's not that, Pamela dismissed, rubbing the warm skirt with her fingertips. Before we live under the same roof, I have a secret to tell you that I can't keep any longer. Pamela looked up at Jennifer and added, I hope you understand. I hope you'll understand. Didn't I tell you before? You didn't tell me what it was about. I don't understand anything, Jennifer admitted. Give me time and you'll find out everything, Pamela asked. Your mother Madeline gave birth to Irma very early. She didn't want children at all and told everyone that one should live for one's own pleasure, not for washing nappies and listening to children's cries in the middle of the night. But fate laughed at her. Their meeting with Bernard, who was not yet her husband, almost immediately led to pregnancy. Everything would be all right, the matter would be remedied. But her parents, as soon as they found out about her situation, immediately decided to play a wedding so that it would not be ashamed in front of people. Perhaps Madeline could have avoided the antenatal clinic without asking permission. But then there would have been a huge scandal. Your grandmother was a very powerful woman. It was quickly arranged without asking the young ones. And by spring, Irma was born. Beautiful, just like her mother. I told Madeline at once that the girl was a copy of her. But she got angry with me and confessed in her heart that the child was a disorder. And so it went. Irma grew up with no one to help her, and a character like her mother's. I always thought my parents loved her more than they loved me, Jennifer said. At least my mother made an example of my sister every chance she got. Pamela waved her hand. She made an example of your sister, but she didn't like the girl one bit. Then you came along. By then Madeline was living on her own, working and living well. Bernard was making good money on the farm, and so they had everything except love. Pamela looked at Jennifer strangely. Her look was thoughtful at first, and then became frightened, as if she had remembered something unpleasant. So I was an unplanned and unloved child too? Jennifer asked, not understanding why Pamela was silent for so long. You're different. In what way? I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but no one else will tell but me. About what? Jennifer wondered. When Irma was 4, your mum fell in love. Not with her husband, who by then was still trying desperately to earn her affection, but with another man, Pamela said, looking away. Tall, statuesque, with character, but 15 years older than Madeline. A lot of people liked him, but not everyone was looking at him. And he'd been married a long time. Except your mum would do anything to be with him. A man may be a man, but he's not blind. Obviously, he realized she liked him. And one day he reciprocated. What was he thinking? I don't know. But they went to mow the fields a lot more often. And they were always seeing each other that summer. I don't know how they didn't catch anyone's eye. And then he decided it was time to split up. Things had gone too far. Why are you telling me this? How do you know all this? Jennifer was worried. Your mother told me when she came to me in the middle of the night, crying. It was cold, the wind was whistling, it was dark. I thought maybe someone had brought a baby or something. And then Madeline let me in. I put the kettle on and she just kept crying and crying. Then she calmed down a bit and picked up her jumper. Your mother had put on a lot of weight by then, but she put it down to unhappy love and a habit of eating her sorrows with baked goods. Pamela continued. Except that the extra kilos were deposited more on her belly. But the cycle was like clockwork. One night something moved, and then another and another. I can imagine how terrified she was when she realized what was going on. She didn't say anything to Bernard, ran out of the house in her clothes and came to me, Pamela whispered, her hand on her stomach. It was you, Jennifer. So I'm not Bernard's real daughter? But what makes her think I'm not his daughter? Jennifer, shut up. Could there be a mistake? No, Madeleine knew. She and her husband had been fighting for a long time, so there was no other way. Jennifer was shivering and, trying to fight the chill, asked quietly, "What did she do?" "She made me promise not to say anything. She thought of a way out of it. She played the part of a woman who'd just found out she was pregnant. She apologized. So I wasn't born prematurely. Of course not. That's ridiculous." But everyone believed it. There was no one who knew anything about the case. Nobody looked at the papers, and Bernard didn't even bother to look at them. The main thing is that the baby was born healthy. And Madeleine was so affectionate to him that he just glowed with happiness. He probably believed the baby had saved their marriage. How did he love you? He loved you to bits. He walked with the pram and got up at night. He even took sick leave from work. I was happy to see it from the outside. I thought it was all for the best. But Madeleine was the one who ruined it. She had the nerve to yell at me like that. So she confessed, Jennifer blurted out, and then she realized. She was still embarrassed that the man she thought she was related to wasn't. Sure, Bernard had loved her, at least he had before. But what happened after the whole truth was revealed? Looking at Pamela, Jennifer tried to see whether she was condemning or supporting Madeleine's action. But her gaze was impenetrable, and it was as if she was trying not to look at Jennifer. Pamela took a deep breath and continued. The fact that I told the truth was strange, too, when there were no witnesses to the fling. No, of course, Madeleine would never have confessed. She didn't play the role of the good wife for long. Bernard was still indifferent to her. She couldn't love her children. And Irma drove her crazy with her jealousy. She saw that her father loved her little sister more. Madeleine couldn't stop gossiping about that man's family. There were rumors that he wanted a child, but his wife couldn't get pregnant. But despite that, they're very happy. Was that really the case? Madeleine didn't know. It's a small village. It's all out in the open. And there's plenty of gossip. It's hard to know what's true and what isn't. So, unable to wait any longer, Madeleine decided to take advantage of the child and have an affair again. Here she is, her own daughter, growing up right next door. And the older she gets, the more she resembles her father. But the plan failed. That man wouldn't even listen to her. So Madeleine thought of nothing better than to write him a letter that would make even the iciest heart grow cold, and handed it to him personally. But there was no reply for a long time, so another envelope was sent. And then another and another. Until at last there was a long-awaited message, which at once put a fat point in the future of the novel. He refused to meet, and he told her not to write any more letters so as not to disgrace herself. Not his name, not hers. This was the only letter she saved. Soaked with bitter tears, she kept it in her personal belongings for several years, unable to burn it. Friendly dialogue as before did not happen, although they saw each other regularly. But when they met, the man nodded discreetly, and without saying a word, averted his eyes. Was he ashamed? Madeleine did not know, but she kept the letter as if she still hoped. It seemed as if this was the end of it. Pamela shook her head as if she saw an angry man who had been deceived by his wife for so many years, and added quietly, "You had just turned 14 at the time. Can you imagine how Bernard felt? To believe for so many years that his wife loved you and you were growing up to be his blood daughter. And then when he found out the truth, there was no one to blame but Madeleine. That man was long gone." Jennifer, stroking the former paramedic's blossoming eyes, asked, "According to the documents, that's when he wrote the will for Irma. Wait a minute, who was the man my mother was dating? It turns out he lived here in the township, and I might remember seeing him." "I think you met him," Pamela replied. "It was a pity he left early. It was Edward Richardson, my older brother." With that, Pamela slowly pulled out a stack of yellowed envelopes from the kitchen table drawer and handed them to her. "These are your mother's letters. He didn't burn or throw them away either. I don't know why he kept them. Maybe he really cared about Madeleine. He was just afraid to tell her so he wouldn't break up the family. Maybe these letters are yours now anyway." "Where did you get them from?" Jennifer asked dazedly. still not believing what was happening. She certainly remembered Edward Richardson, who lived a few doors down from them. She knew his very reserved, overly wise wife, who chased the local kids away from her apple trees. But to think that this was her father, and that the paramedic who treated the whole village was in fact a close relative, how could the little girl think of it? Her brother had given it to her shortly before. He asked me to keep it and give it to you if I had the chance. You are, after all, his only daughter. Rosemary, Edward's wife, was never able to give him a child. I heard about how Bernard found out from Madeline. When the truth came out, your mother came running to me. Pamela shook her head and said quietly, she wanted to talk. And I was the only one who knew how she cried. She said that if she could turn back time, she would never have married Bernard. She loved Edward so much. Was it a joke to live almost side by side for so many years and pretend nothing had happened? Pamela sighed. I don't know what Bernard and Madeline decided between them after the scandal. Only he's changed a lot. He became silent and indifferent to everything, but he kept to himself, and there were no rumors. Jennifer held the stack of envelopes with trembling hands, recognizing her mother's handwriting on them. She couldn't dare take the letters out. And Rosemary? I don't know anything about her fate. When her brother died, Rosemary left the village and never came back, Pamela continued. So you and I are related, Jennifer whispered. But why did you keep silent for so many years? How could I tell? Pamela waved her hands and smiled slightly. If I had opened my mouth, who would have been better off? My brother asked me to keep quiet while you were in front of your father. Besides, I was young myself when it all started. Madeline was very sorry. After all these years, to be honest, I'd like to put it behind her. But today, when I heard how Bernard and Irma treated you, I couldn't help it. And Irma, did she know about it too? I don't think so. I don't know though. She's not acting like herself right now. She's always disliked me, Jennifer admitted, remembering her sister's disgruntled face the last time they'd met. And relatives sometimes become strangers, Pamela sighed. And you, Veronica, are the closest to me now. I haven't had any children, though I've been married. I have no relatives left, so you can live here as long as you like. I'm only glad. She smiled and took the guest's hand. Jennifer felt a lump in her throat at that affectionate look and friendly smile. No one but her father and her own daughter had ever treated her so well. Pamela nodded and said, "Thank you for telling me. And the letters? I don't know what to do with them. If you want to read them, read them. And if you don't want to, throw them in the oven and don't regret it." She did. She stared at Jennifer for a few minutes, as if trying to find something on her face. You know, you do look a lot like Edward. I have pictures of him when he was young. If you want to see them, I'll show them to you. When she agreed, Pamela rose to her feet and beckoned Jennifer to follow her into the large room that served as her bedroom, study, and living room at the same time. It was homely and cozy. Green curtains with small white flowers covered the windows. Along the walls, there were 2 tall cabinets with glass doors, on the shelves of which books on medicine neighboring with plump volumes of love novels and classic literature. To the right stood a small sofa covered with a checked plaid, and next to it a table and a few chairs that had served as the former paramedic's workplace in recent years. After sitting Jennifer down on the couch, Pamela pulled a thick photo album out of the cupboard and sat it on her lap. The black and white, slightly faded by time, and the color, more recent pictures captured the happiest moments of her life. No one but Pamela, Jennifer knew. When the page turned, however, she was surprised to see a face that vaguely resembled her reflection in the mirror. The same curve of her eyebrows, the special sparkle in her eyes, the slightly upturned nose, the familiar ears. You look very much alike, don't you? Pamela smiled. Edward here is a little younger than you are now. What was that genuine smile he had? It's a pity we didn't see it more often. Was it hard on them? Why? Jennifer echoed, keeping her eyes on the photograph. Because of his wife Rosemary, Pamela sighed. She's not a pretty girl, and she's not very bright either. But Edward loved her very much, so there was a reason for that. At first their family was quiet and peaceful, the envy of the world. And then Rosemary started thinking about having a baby. And she was so obsessed with it that nothing else mattered to her. Only it didn't happen. Several times in the very beginning, she went to the district center, lay down to keep, and came home already all in tears and without a baby. What was to blame for that? I don't know. She didn't trust me and didn't tell me. How many illnesses are there? In a couple of years, the cheerful Rosemary turned into a taut as a string, an always disgruntled woman threat of the local children. The way she chased them away from the fence to keep them from snatching apples and ripping berries, it was maddening. Edward, too, was walking in the dark. That's when he had his affair with Madeline. It wasn't nice, of course. It's not for me to judge. I remember her, Jennifer murmured, looking at the thin woman who was hugging Edward. Only she seemed very stern and old to me then. Children see things differently. I can imagine what you thought of me when you were little, Pamela grinned. The children even called Madeline a witch. Yes, they did, because she used to complain to her parents if anyone picked berries near their house. How could I have forgotten them? And Edward's gone? When? When I was about 10, maybe? Rosemary left the village almost immediately after the house was sold. Well, we've been talking a lot. It's time for you to go home. Is Veronica going to be worried? Jennifer wanted to ask something, but instantly forgot everything and looked at her watch and gasped. Really, it's time. But what about helping you? That's what I'm here for. Pamela sighed and waved her hands. I've already dealt with everything myself. I just wanted to talk to you without Irma. So I cleaned up a little. By the way, we agreed to address each other on a first-name basis. It's a little awkward to use you. Oh, come on. Am I that old? Pamela laughed good-naturedly. Donald and I will come to you after 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm not much use to him, but I want to help in any way I can. And don't worry about anything, we'll move everything. And then we'll have a housewarming party, Jennifer said. Thank you. I mean you, Pamela. You're welcome, she said. Pamela waved after Jennifer as she walked to the door, reluctant to leave the porch for the warmth of the house. Jennifer could hardly make out the road as she slid through the puddles. It was getting dark out, and the lights in the village left much to be desired. Where there were lampposts, there were burnt-out lamps hanging over the road for weeks, and no one was in a hurry to replace them. The cool spring wind was getting under my clothes, whipping my face, making me shrink and tangle in my scarf. The thoughts in his head were jumbled, changing from one to the next, and the pictures from the past that had been in Pamela's album for so long appeared before his eyes. Which reminded me of Edward. Nothing much, really, except that he was married. He worked on the farm, like most of the locals. And his neighbor was very fond of the boys, and let them have as many apples and berries as they wanted. In secret from his wife, Jennifer could not remember if he had ever spoken to him on a heart-to-heart basis, and whether he had singled her out among the crowd of kids. When it happened, she did not even realize that they were connected. To be honest, Pamela's confession made her feel a little uncomfortable. Why hadn't Edward said anything, or even hinted at anything? Could a 10-year-old girl take such a truth seriously? More likely she would have just called her friends or her father. And Bernard, why would he do that? Was it her fault? Didn't she love her father to the last? Hadn't she nursed him back to health even when everyone, including his flatmate, had given up on him? Jennifer shook her head, struggling to shake herself out of her troubled thoughts, and approached the house, pulling open the wooden door, which immediately resounded with a long, pitiful creak. Monday was another day off for Jennifer's family. Going to work, Jennifer responded to her daughter's request and informed the school that she wouldn't be in today either. After 8, with the sun already peeking through the windows, a car pulled up in front of the house. Donald, the man Pamela was talking about, was a local businessman of sorts in the village. He took meat, milk, and cottage cheese to the district center. Some of the goods were his own. It was not for nothing that he kept a large number of cattle all year round. The other part was bought from local people who did not want to spend time and money traveling to the city. Broad-shouldered, loud-voiced, and wearing work clothes, he entered Bernard's house as confidently as if he had been here every day. "Jennifer, hello," Donald exclaimed. "Well, girls, Veronica, are you here too? You're right not to go to school. Mummy needs to help." Veronica resented and hid behind her things, while Jennifer, after saying hello to everyone, took charge, though it was hard for her to do so. Donald carried all the boxes that were a little heavier than the grocery bag. And Pamela, who had volunteered to help, was told to watch every corner of the house to make sure that nothing of value had been forgotten. Half an hour later, all the things were put into the car, and Donald went aside to rest a little and talk to one of the buyers on the phone. "What about the geraniums?" Pamela exclaimed, waving her hand at the window. "It's so bright, it's nice. Can we keep it? It's a shame." "Yes, but where to put it? It's full of flowers." Jennifer sighed, looking at her once home. "Should we give it to someone?" "I don't think so. I'll go and get it, and there'll be room in the window. And I'll come with you." Veronica came along. "Come on, darling, is there anything else of great value?" Jennifer looked away from them and turned away. She didn't want to rub her soul and look at the place where she had spent all her childhood. Leaving this place was sorrowful. Besides, she knew that bad times awaited the house now. "And Irma?" Jennifer asked, surprised to see a red foreign car heading in their direction. It wasn't a local car, which meant that someone was visiting relatives. The others in the village rarely looked in, keeping their eyes on the foreign car. Jennifer didn't even notice when the car swerved and came to a stop right next to Donald's car. What happened next seemed like the fragments of a bad dream, because a few seconds later, a painfully familiar figure with a dark mop of hair emerged from the car. Irma. "Hi, sis," she said, slamming the car door shut and stretching. "I'm tired of driving. The road's a nightmare. You're not at work, are you?" I stopped by the school and they said Jennifer was taking the day off. Irma glanced at the car full of boxes and knots, and then added, "What's that? Are you going somewhere? Or have you decided to redecorate?" "Clearing the house for sale," Jennifer said dryly, hardly able to cope with her excitement. "I thought I'd leave the keys at our place by the porch, but since you're here, you can lock up." Holding out the bunch of keys to her sister, Jennifer looked into her eyes, but there was neither surprise nor regret in her eyes. "Thank you, of course," Irma murmured, looking at the key ring. "But what's the rush? Have you forgotten our last conversation? Why are you hanging on to words?" "Yes, I wasn't in the mood, and I said a lot of things. But that's no different. I came here for a reason. You don't pick up the phone, or even hang up. You should, 'cause I can't sell this house right now. Taxes, you know. And there's no buyer yet. So I won't kick anyone out. You can live here. For a fee, of course." Jennifer rounded her eyes. "I don't know what to think. How much do I owe you?" Irma laughed at first, as if she hadn't expected such a question. Then she said out loud the amount of money that would cost Jennifer half her salary. "It's certainly cheaper than renting a house like this in the district center," Irma added. Irma thought, looking away. "Thank you," Jennifer hissed. "But I've already found a place to live." "Pamela's, I suppose." Irma laughed. "She's the one who let you in now, and tomorrow she'll kick you out. So you know, how can you keep anything secret around here?" Jennifer sighed. "Well, you're right to know. We're moving in with Pamela." "You're in your repertoire," Irma snorted. "Why would she want you in her old age?" "Maybe because Pamela and I aren't strangers," Jennifer said slowly, keeping her eyes on her sister. Irma shuddered and, unable to control her emotions, looked at Jennifer fearfully. Her gaze, always smug and haughty, was filled with a fear Jennifer had never seen before. At that moment, the cheerful voices of Veronica and Pamela could be heard over the hedge as they appeared to be putting something out on the porch. "So you know everything?" Jennifer asked regretfully. As she studied her older sister's pale face, she realized with horror that not only her father, but her sister as well, had been deceiving her all this time. "What are you talking about?" Irma interrupted. Jennifer kept her eyes on Irma. "Tell the truth as it is." "If I knew." "So what?" "How?" "Bernard told you?" Irma rolled her eyes defiantly. She was silent for a few seconds. And then, with ill-concealed resentment, she blurted out, "How could they have told me if I hadn't found out? You were always the favorite, and I was just a dishwasher and an errand girl. You should have seen Bernard's face when he read that letter. And everything was supposed to be different afterwards. If it wasn't for his stubbornness." "I don't understand." Jennifer frowned. "I found that letter, I did," Irma exclaimed. "All my childhood I thought Madeline and Bernard were not my birth parents. That could explain a lot when you were praised or just ignored. I was bombarded with a barrage of complaints on and off. Even though in the reflection of the mirror I found, to my disappointment, a clear resemblance to my mother. I still wanted to believe that somewhere out there was another real mum who would truly love. So I started looking for evidence. I asked neighbors, looked at old pictures and photo albums. I looked for documents to confirm my suspicions. And I found something else, the very letter from a neighbor that my mother had hidden in a secret place where no one would think to look. I read it over a dozen times before I checked everything. And then I slipped the envelope to my father so he could find out what kind of wife and youngest daughter he had inherited." "But why? What were you trying to achieve?" Jennifer asked. "For my parents to get divorced so we'd be without Dad." Irma smiled with just her lips. "You would have stayed. I thought when he found out the truth he'd divorce Madeline and we'd live together. If it hadn't been for that affair, I'd have been the only daughter I loved. When you came along, it was as if they'd both forgotten I existed. Mother was never a gentle person, but even when the truth came out, he still loved you. That's what made it all go wrong. Bernard told me to keep quiet if I wanted to live in his house and inherit part of the wreck. He and Madeline had a row and ignored each other for days until I left." "Is that why you ran away?" Jennifer whispered, looking at her sister. For some reason, Jennifer felt sorry for Irma, who, even after many years, couldn't remember her childhood without excessive emotion. Her eyes filled with tears, and her fists clenched tightly with resentment at her parents and at her, Jennifer. "It was a blessing to have a place to go," Irma blurted out. "And my husband-to-be was the closest thing I had to family. I never wanted to speak to Bernard or Madeline again. My father got my number and started calling, but I kept hanging up. And then he sent me a letter, which told me that in the future I would be the owner of the house. Even my mother did not have a square meter, except for a propiska and a couple of knots with things she had nothing. And when you arrived with that piece of paper," Irma grinned. "You're right, I could hardly resist telling you." "Why did you do it now?" "So you'd know why I'm so lucky to have an inheritance. You used to be so lucky, and now everything's changed. I came to see you when you moved in. It wasn't hard to find out the time and date in front of the local gossip mongers." "You're right," Jennifer said calmly. "Honestly, I've always loved my sister and wanted to be her closest friend. And that woman who thinks only of herself and now stands in front of me, I don't know. There is no more Irma, who protected me from the neighborhood bullies and told me goodnight stories. I don't need another sister. The house is all yours now, waiting for a mistress. Sell it if you want, live in it if you want. I don't care. I won't rent it, and I won't ask you to live here." Without waiting for a response, Jennifer walked towards the gate and shouted, "Pamela, Veronica, we have to go." "We're on our way," she heard from behind her. The door slammed, and then, with a loud roar, the small car turned onto the smooth road and sped up the street. "Who was that?" Pamela asked, holding a pot of geraniums. "Tourists," Jennifer said, trying to speak as calmly as possible. "They got a little lost." "How did they end up in the middle of nowhere?" "It happens. The geraniums are really nice. I think I might even know where to put it." Discreetly picking up the bunch of keys that remained lying beside the puddle where Irma had been standing, Jennifer locked the door and put the key in another place near the porch. Leaving the house was much easier now. No memories of bygone days bound her to this desolate, lifeless place. And with good reason. Sitting in the back of the truck and occasionally bouncing on the bumps, Jennifer thought about her family. Madeline was only interested in her own life. She cared little for the feelings of her daughters or her husband. But the secret love for a man who lived a few houses down the street did not give Jennifer rest. She couldn't reveal the truth about her affair because of Edward, who was a bit of a windbag. What if he had chosen his wife Rosemary over her? And Bernard didn't allow her to return without a roof over her head, the help of her parents and the support of her friends. Madeleine wouldn't have been able to cope. And Bernard. Of course he loved both daughters and, despite Irma's claims, he adored her no less than Jennifer. Except that she was older, and therefore Irma was always more in demand. Perhaps the decision to leave her the house had been made hastily. But in the time Bernard had spent with Jennifer, when he was already ill, he had not changed his will. So there must have been a reason. What it was, Jennifer didn't know. But it was pointless to be angry with a man who was no longer there. He would always be a father to her, unlike Edward. And could Edward, who pretended to be just neighbors, be a real dad? There was something else that was bothering Jennifer. What did she want to find out from Pamela? But a little later. After unpacking the boxes and getting a little more comfortable in the small room the landlady had given them, Jennifer set off for the shop. Pamela and Veronica soon found a common language and sat down to play cards. There was no hurry to get anywhere. Walking down the winding street leading into the center of town, Jennifer looked around with interest and clutched her present for Mrs. Monica. To the right and left lined the wooden houses with colorful curtains on the windows. The midday sun was shining brightly in the back, and there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The day promised to be quite warm, and it felt good. Mrs. Monica, sitting behind the counter, was reading another love novel with rapt attention. When she saw the customer with a pot of geraniums, she immediately smiled. "Jennifer, have you moved in? What a beautiful flower you have," she exclaimed. "Good afternoon." You already know, Jennifer smiled, placing the flower next to the cash register. "It's a gift for you," Jennifer exclaimed. "Oh, thank you so much. I'll take it home. I've wanted a red geranium for a long time," Mrs. Monica said. "And the whole village has been buzzing about your move since last night. I wonder who told them." "I don't know," she continued. "I'll let you in on the secret," Jennifer smiled. "There's no such thing as gossip these days. There was talk of seeing Irma today, and with you. But that's certainly not true. Why would she be here?" Jennifer nodded demurely. "I'll have a fresh cake, a packet of black tea, and some fruit," she said. "That'll be me," quick Mrs. Monica said, and, placing the pot of geraniums in the most prominent position, began to pick up the bag of goods. After paying for her purchase, Jennifer slipped away from the chatty saleswoman. When she returned to Pamela's house, she was surprised to find her and Veronica looking at books. More than a dozen volumes with colorful covers were lying on a small table in front of the sofa, and Veronica was chatting animatedly with the lady of the house. "Jennifer, did you know that Veronica is interested in medicine? Yeah, we have a couple of books she likes, and she's better at biology and chemistry than literature," said Pamela. "Actually, I want to be a doctor," Veronica blurted out. "If you have a dream, you should pursue it," said Pamela. "Jennifer, how would you like me to study with her? You need to know more than the school curriculum to get into medicine." "Yes, of course," Jennifer nodded. "But if we don't get in on the budget, let's not panic." "It'll come through, you'll see," Pamela said. "Okay," Jennifer sighed. "I wanted to go to medical school after school, but I couldn't afford to go to the district center. And my parents wouldn't let me go." Pamela looked at her in surprise and smiled enigmatically. Then, noticing the bag of sweets, she asked, "Set the table, my dears. Donald will be here soon. Shall we have tea?" It had been 3 months since Jennifer and Veronica had left home. Spring had reluctantly given way to the sunny and long-awaited summer months. Everything around them was transformed, and the gray, seemingly lifeless village took on a new color, immersed in other concerns. The children had been out in the morning and scattered around the village in small groups. Veronica, on the other hand, spent almost all her days at home reading books. "I wish she'd gone for a walk with the girls," sighed Pamela. "The holidays will fly by, and you don't get any rest. You don't even see the sun." "I had the opportunity this morning," Veronica mumbled, opening her notebook of exam questions. "I'll manage. And after lunch I'll go and weed the onions." "Jennifer, Is it really such a good idea to huddle inside when the weather's so nice outside? Pamela looked hopefully at Jennifer, who was also busy reading a fascinating book. Veronica, Pamela's right. The heat in our area is coming to an end so quickly, grinned her daughter. What about me? If we go together, Pamela laughed. She let out a chuckle, but then she realized it. Veronica is talking. Let's all go to the gazebo. We're still a long way from dinner, but we're thirsty. Did I make morsels for nothing? Having sent everyone out of the house, Pamela rushed to the gazebo, a bench with a small table and an improvised awning made of improvised materials. There were already glasses, a decanter, and a plate covered with a towel on the checkered tablecloth. So this is a conspiracy, Jennifer wondered. Let's sit on the bench. How else would I lure you out of the house? You've done your job. High five for the books. You have to be able to relax, too, Pamela said. Try the pies, the bigger ones with cabbage and the smaller ones with onions and eggs. A neighbor gave me a present. Which one? Pamela laughed and added reluctantly, Rosemary, the mother from the shop. Did she come in? Jennifer wondered. Yes, it was this morning. She asked if we needed a trip to the district center. Donald's going away on business tomorrow. Maybe I should take you with me. Mom, go. Veronica cheered, taking a large baked pie from her plate. You wanted to buy a couple more books from the reading list, to look at stationery for the new school year, said Pamela. All right, I'll go. Don't worry about me, Jennifer said. Maybe you can come with me. You can pick out your own notebooks and diary if you want to. No, Veronica said. I promised Chris and I would go out tomorrow. Aunt Pamela says you should get more sun. And take the diary you like. We like the same things, don't we? Pamela nodded quickly and, hiding her smile, went on with the cakes. Jennifer watched her glance back and forth between her and Veronica and felt as if there was a catch in those glances. What was Rosemary doing here so early? And if she did, why didn't she stop by to say hello? Donald's mother had been visiting Pamela a lot lately, even though, according to the landlady, they'd never been close friends before. And Donald? No, of course he's a good, responsible, and hard-working man, always ready to help, perhaps even more than simple neighborly relations require. Jennifer had spoken to him very rarely before the move, but now she saw him every day. It was very uncomfortable for her to go back to him for help. And to be honest, it was even a little scary. Her first and, unfortunately, last relationship with Veronica's father had ended in divorce. Perhaps that was why she was so reluctant to get attached to anyone again, only to find herself. No, it wasn't even worth thinking about. Besides, Donald was much older, and why would he want a divorced woman with a daughter? When she snapped out of her thoughts, Jennifer tried to pretend that nothing had happened. However, she decided to go into town. She had no other way to get to the district center. There had been no buses from the village for more than 10 years, and there was no desire to go with someone else. After sitting in the gazebo for a while, the women went about their business, and Veronica went to see her friend, whom she had not seen for several days. That evening, after finishing chores, Jennifer and Pamela sat on the front porch to relax and enjoy the sunset. The heat had subsided. The heat of the day had already subsided, and the sky was so amazing, they didn't want to go inside the house at all. The sun was slowly sinking to the horizon, and was no longer as searing and blinding as before, warming the earth with its warm rays. It painted the sky in fanciful colors, promising an imminent reunion. Didn't you regret moving here? Pamela asked suddenly, watching the birds flitting about the garden. Of course not. I don't know what we would have done if it hadn't been for you. It's good that everything turned out all right. It's too early to tell, she said. Irma still hadn't shown up. Jennifer shook her head. She hadn't told anyone about the unpleasant conversation with her sister, and the memory of Irma's words made her still feel guilty. It was even strange if she was in such a hurry to come into her inheritance and dispose of it. What procrastinates doesn't show was the house as it was, standing shuttered. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to come back to life. Even the land here is given away for nothing, let alone a neglected plot. Well, it'll be better, Jennifer said quickly. I don't have any more family except you and Veronica. Plucking a blade of grass from the porch, she was silent for a few seconds, then came to life. "I've been wanting to ask you for a long time, now that we're talking, and can you clarify something for me?" "I'm listening." "Bray, why didn't Edward care? I can't imagine how he could live next door to me and pretend like nothing was going on." "If only it were that simple, darling. Edward really did care a lot. There was nothing he could do. He had fallen out of love with Madeline, and he felt guilty in front of Rosemary. So he couldn't leave and tell everyone the truth. What would happen to Irma, Bernard? And I'm not even talking about Rosemary. She had nowhere else to go, and her health problems started to flare up under the stress. She never had a baby. Edward was hesitant to leave you his house for the same reason. Rosemary would have found out about the betrayal and been left with nothing, so he suffered. Maybe that's why he got sick. He was a kind man. He wanted everyone around him to be happy. He probably thought Bernard and Madeline would look after you, help you. If Bernard hadn't found the letter, maybe things would have turned out differently." "I'm sorry it had to be this way," Jennifer murmured. I could see why Edward hadn't said anything. And Bernard? I don't know what I don't know. Maybe he was afraid, maybe he thought you'd feel differently about him or his mother. Now I can't find the truth. By the way, since we're being honest, I've got a question too. What is it? Where are you going to go to school? Medical school, of course. In a year, you'll be able to study with Veronica, and then you'll be on your way. It's always been your dream. Yes, I'm not out of my mind. And I remember what you said the day you moved in. Yes, I did. But when was that? Jennifer was embarrassed. I'm too old for such drastic decisions. What are you thinking? Pamela splashed her hands. I'm going to marry her off, and she says old. After 30, life begins. We remember her words. We have to try, so that when the train really leaves, we won't regret it. Marriage? Jennifer, don't get off topic. You can't go anywhere without an education these days. Besides, there's a serious shortage of medical professionals around here. If you go to school, they'll take you off your hands. And there's a roof over your head. Of course, it's not a palace, but what's rich? We built this house with our own hands. Jennifer smiled at the good-natured expression on Pamela's face. All right, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, at least I'll study. It's much more fun to study tickets together. That's great. What about the wedding? Jennifer, oh, I'm just saying. She looked at her wristwatch and gasped. It's bedtime. It's time to get ready. And we're just sitting here. Veronica, go and fall asleep over your biology. I'll go and have a look, said Pamela. Mum, congratulations, rejoiced Veronica. Didn't you believe it would work out? Jennifer blushed deeply and looked around. The small cafe near the medical college, which had recently become her home, was very noisy. Young girls were happily celebrating their long-awaited diplomas. And it seemed like only yesterday they had received their student ID cards in their hands. A familiar male figure without his usual work clothes and a blue shirt and trousers appeared at the cashier's desk. Donald looked more like a respectable businessman than a backwoodsman. As he strode confidently toward the table, he kept his eyes on Jennifer, a look that made her hot and cold. Fixing her hair, which Pamela had carefully arranged, she held her breath, trying to calm herself down a little. Never before had Jennifer dealt with men like Donald. It seemed impossible to embarrass him or throw him off balance. Among other things, he was very clever and noticed the smallest changes in the mood of the interlocutor. That meant he could easily guess what was going through Jennifer's mind. At least she thought so. The order will be ready in 20 minutes, Donald said. In the meantime, I suggest a drink. Tea, juice, or something stronger. Juice, perhaps? Pamela asked, turning to Jennifer. We can find something stronger at home. Yes, a neutral juice would be better, Donald said. I ordered her something else. For our graduate, just a moment. Jennifer wanted to ask what he meant, but Donald was already gone. Heading towards the exit of the hall, he was instantly lost in the crowd. What did he mean? Jennifer stretched out. "Mum, Uncle Donald has a surprise for you." Veronica blurted out and, catching Pamela's leering look, shut her mouth. "You know something and you don't say anything?" Jennifer wondered. Pamela shrugged her shoulders plaintively, and then Jennifer didn't even immediately realize what was happening. As if out of nowhere, a bouquet of roses appeared beside her, large, scarlet and scented with an intoxicating fragrance. The intoxicating scent filled the space between Pamela and Jennifer. Until now, Jennifer had only seen such large bouquets in the cinema and in the windows of beautiful but expensive flower shops. Now she thought it was a dream. Or had someone just mixed up the tables? And the flowers are actually intended for the beautiful graduate, but not for her. But the man standing next to her was not a young man, but a tall, broad-shouldered man whom Jennifer would never mistake for anyone else. "Is that for me?" she muttered, feeling a vague urge to pinch her arm. "Yes, insanely expensive and so beautiful, beautiful flowers for a beautiful woman," Donald nodded. "It all makes sense to me. I hope you like roses?" Yes, of course, she took the weighty bouquet in her hands and was about to say that she had never received roses or even daisies from a man until now. But she stopped herself just in time. Her ex-husband, Ashley, thought it was pointless to give flowers that grew on every corner all summer long. "You want a bouquet, go to the vegetable garden, dear, and yourself," he said when the next holiday came. However, Jennifer did have one bouquet that Ashley had personally presented to her, her wedding bouquet. But it had been so long ago, like a lifetime ago. "Thank you," Jennifer whispered. "They smell so nice. I'm glad you like them. I'll tell you a secret. There'll be another present waiting for you at home. So don't get too drunk," he laughed and went to the cash register to get juice. "Mum, they're gorgeous," Veronica admired, leaning over to the bouquet. "Yes, but they're insanely expensive. I don't feel comfortable getting gifts like that," Jennifer mumbled. "Jennifer, come on," Pamela waved her hand. "The man worked hard to choose, and money is nothing. Besides, it's a very special gift. To think we have a whole medical dynasty, 2 nurses, and there's a future pediatrician," on the way she winked at Veronica. "I still have to study and study," Veronica sighed. "Time will fly by quickly. How long has your mum been afraid of entrance exams?" Pamela grinned, and then she said thoughtfully, "I keep thinking, you will be in the city, and what should I do in the village? It's boring alone. So we will come on weekends." "Besides, you're not alone there. Nicholas is there night and day," Pamela said. Veronica blushed instantly at the mention of her boyfriend. But he didn't sleep over. If he did, nothing happened. She tried to justify herself. "Don't shout, it's a young thing. We were like that ourselves. The main thing is to study, don't forget. And then the sessions come quickly, so you won't be bored. Before you know it, time will fly by. And you already have a diploma." "Yeah, married. I'm gonna go help Uncle Donald." Veronica jumped out of her seat. "There's a lot of glasses. I can't carry them alone." Waiting until Veronica was out of sight, Jennifer said, "You've embarrassed her, or she wouldn't be thinking of marriage herself. She asked me if the name Veronica would sound good with the last name Clinton." "I think very much so," Pamela dismissed. "I'm not sorry, let them go out. Besides, Nicholas is a good young man, simple, also from the province. He achieves everything on his own and adores Veronica. The main thing is that they don't become parents before the time. I've been talking to her. You should have seen how she blushed. And you, too. I blushed just as much when Donald came round. And for good reason, it made my heart race. Don't push him away. You can't find a man like him these days. He's kind, gallant, clever, and with hands of gold," she murmured, trying not to meet Pamela's gaze. "I'm not repulsive. It's just an expensive bouquet. Nothing is too small for a beautiful, kind woman. And if Ashley didn't realize that and left his wife and daughter behind, then he's worthless. I take it he never showed his face again?" "No, don't need to. Veronica doesn't remember him. But I told her the whole story. I'm done with family secrets. She says the real father is the one who raised her. So he's just a stranger to her." Jennifer shrugged and looked away thoughtfully. remembering her old life. I hope she gets a good daddy soon. If Mummy doesn't freak out about getting married, Pamela said, and looked at Jennifer pointedly. There was a mischievous sparkle in the older woman's eyes, and her lips stretched into a smile. Won't she be frightened? Jennifer said slowly. I'll go and help. But where are the flowers? I'll look after them, Pamela promised. They're so beautiful. It makes me happy. Jennifer took a few steps away from the table and turned round. Pamela was looking at the roses with rapt attention, holding the bouquet carefully, as if it were very dear to her. The scene made her heart feel so warm that Jennifer smiled involuntarily. She was right. After 30, life was just beginning. And it was good that there were no more secrets. I'm pregnant by your husband. After learning of her husband and sister's betrayal, Jennifer left for the country. And barely. Jennifer was just leaving the clinic when she got a call from her younger sister. Hi, what are you doing? Her sister's voice vibrated with joy, which was very audible even over the phone. I just got off work, Jennifer replied tiredly. I'm getting off work. I'm going to drive home and sleep it off. Listen, sister, Maggie said. It's the same thing every day. Aren't you tired of living such a boring life yourself? Jennifer gritted her teeth to keep herself from saying something sarcastic to Maggie. No, she'd always been able to keep her temper in check with her younger sister. But lately, apparently because of the increased workload and the unstable family situation, Jennifer was beginning to feel her nerves fraying. Aren't you tired of telling me the same thing every time? She said. Jennifer got into the car and switched on the ignition. She wanted to go home, have a cup of tea, take a bath, and then crawl into bed with a blanket over her head. Well, I'm sorry, Maggie said in a softer voice now. No offense. I just wanted to ask you something. I didn't even doubt it, Jennifer thought to herself with annoyance. Then she turned on the car's heater. It was the middle of October outside. By 7 p.m., it was very dark outside, and it was also very cold, which was not conducive to a better mood and the desire to do anything but relax. Did you ask me not to drag this out? Jennifer said. More money? Maggie clucked her tongue. I haven't asked you for money in a long time. What are you saying to me, Jen? No, I wanted to ask you for your suitcase. Can you lend it to me for about a week? Well, 10 days tops. Are you going somewhere? Asked the older sister, more out of politeness than genuine interest. Yes, I'm going to the sea. Maggie answered cheerfully. Unlike you, my plans are not all about work and home. You're the one who has always lived a boring and proper life. Jennifer remained silent. Indeed, she had always tried to live right. But did it really look boring from the outside? Perhaps for a 23-year-old girl, life between home and work does seem gray and dull. But that was Jennifer's life before marriage. Maybe she really is living life the wrong way. Von Bridget is constantly traveling somewhere and manages to work, and her personal life is boiling. And Jennifer, right after graduation, got married, got a job at the clinic, and since then in her life almost nothing has happened. Early rise in the morning, then the road to work, then the reception of patients from morning to lunch, in the afternoon work with documents or visits to patients at home. Even on weekends, Jennifer managed to work in a private clinic. When she was on holiday, she either went on training courses or spent time at seminars and conferences. For her almost 30 years of life, she has never been to the sea, did not fly on a plane on holiday, did not buy herself a beautiful swimming costume. I guess her life really was boring and dull. Mine. Maggie even giggled into the phone. Can you hear me? I need a suitcase. You're always going on holiday, Jennifer replied, distracted from her sad thoughts. Don't you have a suitcase? Can you believe it? Maggie kept talking into the phone, unable to get a word in edgewise. On my last trip, my suitcase was dropped when I was reloading my luggage. It cracked, and I haven't been able to buy a new one since. You bet, Jennifer thought to herself, sighing and listening to the complaining speech. You go to resorts several times a year. You don't even have time to buy a suitcase between trips. And then she suddenly regretted it and scolded herself for being too hard on her younger sister. After all, it wasn't Maggie's fault that Jennifer preferred work to leisure and could afford regular trips to the sea. "When can I come to your place to pick up my suitcase?" Maggie asked, again forcing Jennifer to switch her thoughts. "You can come whenever you want to come." "Tomorrow," said her sister cheerfully. "I don't suppose you're in any condition to receive guests today?" "Yes, tomorrow afternoon would be better. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'll be seeing patients at the clinic until 3, so come after 3. "That's fine. Thank you." The nurse chirped something else into the phone, musing about how her trip was going so well. Autumn was setting in outside. She'd be going to some hot country, splashing in the warm sea, and she wouldn't have to freeze in the city until the heating came back on. Jennifer got home at about 8 o'clock. She entered the empty flat, found the light switch in the hallway by feel, and switched on the light. She sat down on the banquette by the entrance, stretched her legs out. She sighed heavily. How lonely it was on nights like this, when Winston was late at work and Jennifer had to return to the empty, dark flat. How many times she'd wanted a cat or a dog, but then she'd talked herself out of it because she realized that, because she and her husband were always busy at work, it would be hard for the poor creature to sit alone and cooped up for long hours. She took her phone out of her coat pocket. Jennifer dialed Winston's number. She didn't expect her husband to answer immediately, or that he would answer her call at all. Sure enough, the phone rang with long beeps, and her husband never answered. After preparing a quick dinner and taking a shower, Jennifer looked longingly at her mobile phone screen. Her husband never called back or even texted. Jennifer, trained by life experience, realized that it was useless to wait for a call from her eternally busy spouse. Winston, the head of the department at the regional hospital, was busy 24 hours a day. He could have an emergency operation, some urgent concilium that required his obligatory participation. There could have been a meeting. All in all, Jennifer had long since become accustomed to the fact that her husband was a very busy man. She didn't work and didn't voice her opinion on the matter. Already falling asleep in bed after a hot shower and dinner, Jennifer heard the phone ring. It was Winston calling. "I'm just leaving work." Jennifer jumped up sharply in bed and looked at the wall clock. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening. She hadn't noticed herself falling into slumber. "I'm waiting for you." "Shall I heat up dinner?" Jennifer asked. "No need. I had a snack at work. We had a meeting. Everyone was hungry by then, so we decided we'd order pizza. Anyway, I've eaten so I don't have to bother reheating the food." Jennifer breathed a sigh of relief. By the time her husband arrived home, she had a headache. So after waiting for Winston, she immediately fell asleep, not really knowing what the head of the department was so late for. In the morning, when she awoke, she found her husband no longer at home. Hopelessness, longing came over Jennifer. She ate breakfast and stared out the window alone. Then she started to get ready for her part-time job at a private clinic. For more than 5 years, Jennifer had been working as a general practitioner at the city's polyclinic, while managing patients at private clinics. She enjoyed her work, especially when she saw the results of her labor and heard the words of gratitude from her patients. Everything was going well in her work. And even despite all the difficulties, Jennifer always came out of work satisfied with herself and the results of her work. As for her personal life, then everything was not as simple as we would like. Jennifer's husband, Winston Kudryashov, was older than his wife for 20 years, and for 15 years he had been the head of a department at the regional hospital. As a specialist, Winston enjoyed high prestige, had behind his back a huge professional experience, thousands of grateful patients, and a lot of awards. Jennifer felt like a girl next to him, and given the difference in age, experience in both professional and life, the young wife only had to listen to the opinion of her wise husband. "Why are you marrying such an old man?" Jennifer was asked by her mate Maggie. "Is it a duty? Winston is almost 45, he's older than you, and he's older than you, and he's a doctor. So you'll be in constant competition. He's bound to always be better than you." "He is the best for me," Jennifer replied with a smile. "I love this man very much. You have no idea how strong my feelings for him are." She was 24 years old at the time. She was in her final year of medical school, and Winston, in her eyes, was a medical guru. Jennifer even then looked into the mouth of her future husband, listened to his advice, listened to stories from practice, and believed that fate has made her a real gift in the form of meeting and mutual sympathy with such an intelligent, beautiful, and very responsive man. They met when Jennifer was 20 years old. Winston had already turned 40. She was in her third year of university, and he was consulting teachers at the university and lectured for a while on obstetrics and gynecology. Jennifer met Winston in the library. He was just dictating to one of the students a list of literature required for the course. Jennifer went there to prepare for the seminar. "Young lady, you're wasting your time in this library," Winston addressed her when she asked the librarian to look for an ophthalmology textbook for her. "Why wasted?" Jennifer looked up in surprise at the man she had often met in the walls of her university. Winston did not lecture at them, but the girl had seen his picture in the hall and knew exactly who he was. "Because the university's library is sparse on teaching materials. In terms of terminology, I advise you to buy your textbooks from a bookstore. Or better yet, order them online," Winston replied. "That's a strange suggestion from you," Jennifer grinned. "Usually our library gets all the praise, and you say the exact opposite." "I just always tell the truth," Winston said. Winston grinned, then winked at the librarian. "And don't look at me like that, Rachel. Am I wrong? Your library's been short on manuals for a long time," he said. "You're right, Winston," she sighed. Jennifer took a couple of textbooks. As she left the library, she ran into Winston again. "Will you take my advice?" he asked. Jennifer looked at Winston in surprise. "What kind of advice? Go to the shop or order online?" "Well, going to the shop and choosing the textbook you want would be faster. While you're waiting for the online order, it might not be relevant to you." Jennifer shrugged her shoulders. "Well, I'll go to the bookshop then. Can I give you a lift?" Jennifer was taken aback. She had never once spoken to this man. She hadn't even paid attention to him, thinking he was too experienced and not interested in talking to young female students. Winston's question, however, confused her. She looked at him incredulously, then nodded suddenly. "Okay, bring me in." From that day on, communication began between them. At first it was just idle chatter, not so much about medicine, but about the lives of students and faculty, Jennifer's childhood and Winston's adolescence. It turned out that the man had been married once. "My ex-wife herself filed for divorce because of eternal employment, and I did not keep around a woman who was far from medicine and considered my work frivolous," said Winston. "She was not ready to wait for me in the evenings and wanted me to socialize with other women, jealous of them and of my work too. But as a gynecologist, how could I restrict myself from socializing with the female sex? It's my job, my duty, my life after all. And then I realized that I could only live with a woman who, like me, has something to do with medicine, who would be sympathetic to my late returns and would not make hysterics and scandals about it." "Is that so much to ask, Jennifer?" Winston asked. Jennifer shook her head at the sound of her name in Winston's mouth. Goosebumps ran down her spine. She looked at the man differently now. In him, Jennifer saw a kindred spirit, someone close to her in spirit. Even more so. The thought that she could become a doctor and even his wife in the future made her sweetly dizzy. In the meantime, their relationship had moved to a new level, and now Jennifer often stayed overnight in Winston's flat. She felt relaxed and confident around this man. She knew that Winston was old enough and experienced enough. He would not hurt her, always support her, and also help her with her studies and explain simple truths. In general, the girl was happy, but to the last did not believe that Winston could make her a proposal. Arriving home to her parents in a small provincial town 250 kilometers from the regional center where she studied, Jennifer immediately told the truth about her relationship with a man who was almost twice her age. "Are you crazy?" Her mother rounded her eyes and clutched her head. "You are 23 years old and he is 43. 20 years is almost a lifetime. 2 decades. Jennifer's father wasn't thrilled with his daughter's choice, but he was sympathetic to her feelings. "Sharon, why do you resent it so much? There are a million families in the world, and they're strong enough, where the husband is older than his wife. It would be worse if it were the other way round. And Jennifer would be the guy who fell in love with an old aunt, he said. Dad, Winston is not old. Jennifer interceded for her lover. He's mature, he's wise, he's very experienced. What kind of doctor is he? Asked her mother. I'm glad your Winston is a good doctor, she said, her lips tightening. But it would be good if he was your age, not 20 years older. Edith, this is a disaster. Edward only hummed, without saying anything else. After a while, Jennifer dared to invite Winston to her parents' house for a visit. They came along with a cake and a bouquet of flowers. And then Marian melted, seeing before her a manly and intelligent man. Edic also did not say another word about what he thought about the choice of his daughter. Then Jennifer finally realized that Winston was the man with whom she would be truly happy. Maggie, however, when she saw what a grown-up groom her older sister had brought into the house, did not keep silent. He's an old man. Wrinkled nose, said 17-year-old Maggie when she and her sister were alone. What do you need it for? Jennifer wanted to take offense at her sister's words, but then she managed to resist the urge and smiled softly. You're not the one who has to live with him. What am I, you crying about him being old for me? Maggie twitched her nose upwards and wrinkled it funny again. Well, he's going to be a relative of mine. You look at him like you want to eat him. I'm sure you're already dreaming of marriage and a long life with that old man. Don't call him that, Jennifer said, feeling herself getting angry with her younger sister. He's not an old man. He's only 20 years older than I am. When you choose a fiancé, you can choose your own, but don't meddle in my affairs. Your choice. Maggie shrugged her shoulders. But sooner or later you'll regret marrying such an old man. Her younger sister's words were not prophetic. And not once in almost 6 years of married life Jennifer did not regret that she agreed to become Winston's wife. He proposed to her in her 5th year. Then Jennifer moved into his spacious 2-bedroom flat. Soon received a diploma, got a job in the clinic, and was going to enter the residency. When her parents came to visit their daughter for the first time after the wedding, they no longer opposed Jennifer's choice, but on the contrary, they were happy that the girl so successfully married and settled in the regional center. First impressions are deceiving, Marian grinned, strolling through the huge 3-bedroom apartment in the center of town. Winston turned out to be a very nice man. He paid for the wedding and brought you to his place. Hang on to him, daughter. He's a good man. I know, Jennifer said with a smile. She was in love, happy and ready to move mountains. Being a doctor was a pleasure. Jennifer was sure that she had found a job she liked, and the results of her work pleased her. And each time convinced Jennifer that she had done the right thing. The only thing that confused the young wife of the famous gynecologist was that Winston constantly discouraged her from entering the residency. Don't you like being a general practitioner? He asked. You're all glowing. You're happy to be working. So why go to school and waste your time doing it? Jennifer didn't argue with her husband because she wasn't used to it. Winston's word was always paramount to her. So after a few months of thinking about her future, Jennifer decided that she would stay on as a general practitioner in a regular clinic. Her friends who had gone to university with her only shrugged their shoulders as they listened to Jennifer's explanations for her refusal to continue her studies. Don't you think your Winston is just afraid of competition? One of her former classmates once asked Jennifer. You'll become a subspecialist and overshadow him with your practice. You what? Jennifer only laughed as she listened to her friend's words. Winston is too experienced and wise enough to be afraid of competition. Besides, he's a gynecologist, which is not my field of expertise. Are you always defending him? Grinned her mate. You're used to the fact that he controls you in everything. He makes you dance to his tune. Personally, I'd be offended if my husband behaved like that. That's why Winston's my husband, not yours, Jennifer tried to make a joke, but she was suddenly uncomfortable. What if there was truth in her friend's words? What if Winston was afraid that his wife might be better than him? Jennifer carefully avoided these thoughts. She didn't want to think badly of her husband. She loved him too much. 2 years after the marriage was registered, Jennifer thought about having a child. She was already 26. Her husband was an excellent gynecologist and she had no fears about motherhood. Winston, she said, trying not to make the words sound like a decision she'd made alone. Do you want children? Winston looked at his wife somewhat distantly, as if Jennifer had started a conversation off topic. "Honey, why are you asking me that? You're 26 years old. It's too young to be thinking about this." "It is." Jennifer was annoyed by Winston's words. "I'm 26 years old, which is the right age to have a baby. You don't have children from your first marriage. Maybe it's time to become a father." There was so much hope and anticipation in Jennifer's voice that she could barely contain her emotions. As for Winston, it was as if he had no desire to become a father. "It's too early. Do your work. You need to make a name for yourself to be able to advance in the future." "But how am I going to get ahead if I'm just going to sit in a regular GP's office? You're the one who talked me out of going to school, and now you're talking me out of having a baby." Jennifer didn't notice that she had spoken with resentment in her voice, and she stopped when she saw her husband's stern look. "It's not time yet," Jennifer Winston said. And that was the end of the matter. Jennifer, unused to arguing with her husband because of his unwavering authority and age, had given herself her word that she would not bring up any more talk that displeased Winston. But Marian was not afraid to ask her eldest daughter such questions. "Do you and Winston think about children at all?" The question was painful, and Jennifer even wrinkled her nose at the unpleasant feeling inside. She and Winston had never revisited the topic of future parenthood, and what to answer her mother, Jennifer did not know. She was used to telling everyone the truth: her husband, her family, her colleagues, and her patients. But now that the question touched on such a painful subject, Jennifer didn't know how she could gently skirt the sharp edges. "It's too early for us. I'm working. Winston's working. There's plenty of time," she said. I wouldn't say that Marian objected, looking closely at her daughter's face. "You'll be 30 soon. And you say it's early. I gave birth to you when I was 23. And that wasn't considered too early to give birth. It's harder to have a baby after 30. There's more pain and less time. What am I explaining to you? You're a doctor yourself." Jennifer was ashamed to admit to her mother that her husband didn't want children and thought it was too early for them to become parents. Winston was about to turn 50. That was a decent enough age for a man, especially one who had no children yet. Jennifer honestly didn't understand why her husband was so resistant to the idea of children, not interested in her women's health or trying to strengthen their family. It was getting harder and harder to return home. No one was waiting for Jennifer there. She longed for a husband who was always late at work. She even began to understand the first wife of Winston, who complained about the constant absences of her husband from home and filed for divorce because of his eternal employment. But when Jennifer remembered Winston's words about how much he wanted to meet someone who would understand him and not complain about his passion for work, she immediately tried to ward off the thought of resenting her husband for his devotion to his favorite work. Having calmed down a little mentally, Jennifer decided that she didn't want to get herself worked up anymore, that she had chosen the fate of being the wife of the head of one of the departments of a regional hospital. So it was not worth complaining about her plight or berating Winston for her constant absence from home and being in the hospital. After her appointment at the private clinic, she dialed her husband's number. "Where are you?" "Still in the hospital." Jennifer asked the questions automatically, subconsciously guessing what Winston would answer her. "I'm at home, cooking dinner," her husband answered, and Jennifer's heart jumped joyfully in her chest. She'd been telling herself that Winston didn't want to be home with her, that he was looking for any excuse to stay late at work, and that he'd neglected his chores. "You surprised me," Jennifer said with undisguised joy. "What are you cooking?" "You'll find out when you get home," Winston laughed. "Maybe I want to surprise you? It won't be a surprise." Jennifer thought with awe of how wonderful her husband was. She was lucky, after all. And even though they were so rarely together, he was and still was the best man on the planet. As she entered the flat, she heard Winston's voice and someone else's female laughter. It wasn't until a moment later that Jennifer realized exactly where she had heard that laughter. It was her younger sister Maggie laughing. Jennifer remembered that Maggie was supposed to pick up her suitcase, but her sister usually called or texted her. She'd arrived without a call or a text. "Oh, sister." "Hello," Maggie waved to Jennifer without rising from her chair in the kitchen. "I thought I'd never see you again." Why didn't you call me? Jennifer didn't like the fact that Maggie showed up at her house unannounced. Why? Maggie wondered. But the smile flickered off her lips. You told me to come round after 3. I did. We never said we'd call or text. Jennifer didn't know why she resented her little sister's arrival so much. Maggie didn't seem to have done anything wrong. She had arrived on time, and they hadn't really agreed to call in advance. But for some reason, her sister's smile, her happy face, and her contented look caused Jennifer to feel a rush of negativity. What's wrong with me? Jennifer asked herself that question, but she had no answer. Maggie hadn't annoyed her this much before, even though she didn't always watch her words and sometimes offended Jennifer. Maggie was the exact opposite of her older sister. Daring, self-assured, self-loving, and not tolerating objections, and Jennifer was malleable, kind, and non-confrontational. It was easier for her to agree than to argue to the point of frothing at the mouth. Maggie liked to argue, refute, prove her point of view, even if it was obvious that it was wrong. Winston set the table. By the time his wife returned from work, he had prepared fish and salad. Jennifer looked at the utensils Winston was setting on the table, but she couldn't remember the last time her husband had cooked anything himself. It had happened, but only at the beginning of the relationship, when Jennifer was still living in his flat as his wife-to-be. As soon as they legalized their relationship, all the duties of cooking, cleaning, laundry, and other household chores were fully transferred to the newly married wife of Winston. "Are you guys going on holiday?" Maggie asked in a cheerful voice. Jennifer heard a kind of gloating in her sister's question. Maggie regularly went on holiday with different men and in different countries, often allowed herself to go abroad alone. Jennifer, on the other hand, had never been to another country in her nearly 30 years of life. "We don't have time for holidays," she said, trying to keep her voice calm and confident. "We are working. You're the free-flying one." "That's right," Maggie smiled broadly. "I know how to take everything in life, and you all work and work until you retire. Is that how you're going to live?" Jennifer glanced at her husband sitting next to her. Winston was eating his fish with a nonchalant face, as if he wasn't even listening to what the women were saying at the table. "We're not." Jennifer rose abruptly from the table. "Have you eaten? Go get your suitcase." Maggie's face changed instantly. The smile fell from her lips, her eyebrows furrowed. The younger sister clearly hadn't expected such blatant inhospitality from her older sister. "Jennifer, what are you doing?" She pouted. "I'm not bragging or making fun of your lifestyle." "Well, you like to work. I don't mind." "Of course you do," Jennifer snorted. "Get your bags. Go and get ready for your next holiday. I'm very tired. Tomorrow is my only day off, and I really want to rest at least that day." Maggie was clearly offended. She thanked Winston dryly for lunch, then took her suitcase and, after a brief goodbye to Jennifer, left the house. Winston was silent the whole time and expressed no emotion. Suddenly he asked, "What are you doing? What, did she do something bad to you?" "What makes you think that?" "It's just that she takes up a lot of my time, effort, and energy. I'm tired, Winston. I wanted to spend this weekend with you, and here's Maggie and her stories about her trouble-free life." Winston grinned. "Are you jealous or something?" Jennifer felt a chill run down her spine. Her husband, who had always been characterized by his independence of opinion and lack of any emotion towards outsiders, had suddenly asked a rather strange question. A question that made Jennifer suddenly feel ashamed. Really, is it envy? Maggie was usually jealous of her older sister because she had things Maggie didn't have, opportunities Maggie didn't have due to her age. Guys who liked her older sister better than her younger sister. Jennifer was always one step ahead. And by the time she was 30, it suddenly slowed down and Maggie began to pull ahead in the quality of her life. She wasn't burdened with work, liked men, handled them skillfully, getting everything she needed and more. Jennifer seemed to be mired in her gray and boring life, with nothing but work and love for her husband. Her mood had completely soured after her sister left. And even though Winston stayed at home and was not going anywhere for work, Jennifer constantly replayed in her head her dialogue with Maggie. And why did her older sister have so much negativity inside her towards her younger sister? They had been communicating less and less lately. It had been fine at first. As soon as Maggie moved to New York, she was constantly asking to borrow money or to sleep over at Jennifer and Winston's flat. In the last 2 years, Maggie had become quite independent of both her parents and her older sister. I completely forgot to tell you, Winston distracted his wife from sad thoughts. On Tuesday, I'm leaving for a scientific and practical congress on obstetrics and gynecology. It turns out that I was scheduled to attend the congress, but I got so busy that I forgot about it. That's strange. Jennifer looked at her husband in surprise. Usually you prepare for congresses in advance. Suddenly you seem to have changed your attitude to such events. Winston brushed it off. Work's a mess. People are quitting in droves and going to private clinics. I've lost track of time. HR called me last night and reminded me about the trip. Where are you going? Jennifer suddenly had a brilliant idea in her voice. What if she went to the Congress with her husband, took a few days off at work, spent time with Winston, and generally changed the environment? The idea was reckless, unusual for Jennifer, but she, annoyed by the meeting and conversation with her younger sister, suddenly also wanted to change something in her life. To Boston, Winston said, for 5 days. Jennifer smiled. What if I come with you? Take a leave of absence at my own expense, and we'll go to Boston together. I'll walk around the city waiting for you. We'll go to restaurants, visit a museum, go to the theater. Do you remember the last time we went out together? Winston shook his head. The Congress will go on from morning until late at night, and I won't have time to go to the theaters and restaurants, Winston said. You're going to be upset, and you're going to tug at me and keep asking me when I'm coming to see you. I'll piss you off with my absence, and our mini holiday will be a nightmare. I've been through this before, honey, and I don't want it again. Jennifer looked at her husband as if he were directly discouraging her from traveling together. Not once in the 6 years they had been together had she said a word of reproach to him. Not once had she held him or made a scandal of his prolonged absences. Why now Winston spoke as if he did not know his wife at all, as if she in his eyes had turned into his ex-wife, whom he tried with all his might to forget. Winston, don't you want me to come with you? Jennifer asked uncertainly, still hoping she was imagining it. I do, Winston said hotly. He jumped up from the couch where he'd been sitting watching TV, running around the living room with his arms crossed behind his back. Jennifer watched her husband as if she didn't recognize him as the man she had loved for so many years. But I also want to work in peace, without the distraction of worrying about you sitting in a foreign city waiting for me. I want to meet my colleagues, chat with my professors. I want to get some sleep, after all. Okay, Jennifer interrupted Winston and nodded briefly. Please, just don't be so nervous. Let it be as you say. Winston abruptly stopped talking, sat down on the sofa and continued watching some medical TV program. Jennifer sat next to him and occasionally glanced at her husband, but it was as if he didn't see her. They used to sit and watch TV together like this, but now they had become complete strangers to each other. No children together, no jointly acquired property, no desire to go out and spend time together. Maybe this is the end of our marriage? Jennifer thought bitterly. He does not even want to hug me, kiss me. And we haven't had intimacy in almost a month. My husband hasn't laid a finger on me in a month, and that thought made me feel even more miserable. It seemed as if the whole world called family, so lovingly maintained for 6 years, had collapsed. Winston left on Tuesday, and up to that point nothing at all had changed in their relationship with Jennifer. The spouse no longer initiated intimacy. Jennifer kept looking at Winston, trying to figure out if he'd really lost interest in her, or if she was just imagining the problem. There's no need to see me off, her husband said at once. I'll go straight from the hospital to the airport. 5 days will fly by, and I'll be sure to bring you a present from Boston. Would you like that, honey? Of course I do, Jennifer said, and smiled a strained smile. The mood had been bad for a long time, and the situation with her husband's departure had spoiled it even more. Now Winston had asked her not to walk him to the airport, even though Jennifer couldn't do that. She worked until 3, and Winston's plane was due to leave at 5. Returning to the empty flat became a complete drag for Jennifer. She tried to stay late at work, pretending to work on paperwork and reports while she tried to stretch her time so she could get home as late as possible. The clinic closed at 8 p.m. And by that time, Jennifer had to go home anyway, having vacated her office. To distract herself and not go crazy with boredom, Jennifer even signed up for yoga. She decided that she would attend a yoga studio in the evenings instead of coming home. It was both good for her health and a way to pass the time. When Jennifer returned from her first class on Thursday, she felt much better. She seemed to be energized after the workout. Her muscles were humming nicely and her body felt pleasantly tired. She wanted to go to bed as soon as possible, so that the day would be over. The sooner it was over, the sooner the new one would come. It wouldn't be long before Winston returned. Lying in bed under a blanket and looking at her social networking page, Jennifer saw Maggie's holiday photos. Her younger sister posed against the sea, standing in a brightly colored swimming costume. Jennifer quickly woke up looking at the pictures, trying not to dwell on the unpleasant thoughts that had arisen in her head. Enviously again, she thought, and quickly refreshed her social media page so that the pictures of her beautiful and happy little sister would disappear from her sight as soon as possible. However, updating the page, Jennifer suddenly noticed something unpleasantly cutting her eyes on one of the photos published by Maggie. Returning to her sister's page, Jennifer scrutinized Maggie's postings once more and then zoomed in on one of the photos. Her heart twitched unpleasantly in her chest. Her palms instantly sweated with excitement. In one of Maggie's photos, Jennifer saw a familiar figure in the reflection of a shop window. It was the figure of her husband, who had personally taken the photograph for the young girl. Jennifer enlarged the photo once more to make sure again that it was Winston. She recognized his figure, his hair, even his sunglasses. He was also wearing the plaid shirt Maggie had given him for the holiday. Back then, Jennifer had wanted to give that shirt to her father, but Winston had persuaded her to keep the gift. Maggie gave the shirt to me. Why should I give it to your dad? Winston asked unhappily. Because it doesn't suit you, Jennifer replied. Jennifer didn't know why she was suddenly so attracted to Maggie's gift. Maybe it was because the shirt fit Winston so well. Jennifer herself had never guessed his taste. Her husband always dressed himself in the shops. He picked out his own shirts, trousers, jeans. He even bought his own underwear. And then some Maggie gave him a nice gift that Winston liked. Jennifer was nervous at the time. She was uncomfortable that her husband openly admired Maggie's taste. But he had a very different opinion of his own wife's taste. Until the last moment, Jennifer didn't want to believe that Winston was in the photograph. Then suddenly she remembered how her husband didn't want her to go to Boston with him, how he refused to let his wife accompany him to the airport. And that dinner he'd cooked, supposedly for his wife, had probably been prepared solely in honor of Maggie's arrival. Jennifer grabbed the phone in her hands and dialed Winston's number. The caller is temporarily unavailable, an automated female voice answered. If Winston was in the United States, he would be in touch, but Jennifer's husband was in Greece, of that she had no doubt. Then she dialed the number of his colleague Kevin, who was filling in for Winston during periods of his absence. Never before had Jennifer called Kevin on her own just for fun. If Winston found out about his wife's behavior now, he would clearly be displeased. Jennifer, hello. Kevin's voice sounded soft and good-natured. What happened to Winston? I can't get him on the phone. Is there a problem with his connection in Boston? Jennifer clutched the phone tightly in her hand, feeling her fingers ache with tension. Boston? Kevin's voice sounded surprised now. Had he gone to Boston? As far as I know, your husband went to stay with his parents in Chicago. He told me his father was sick, so he took a week off at his own expense. Winston visits his father a lot. I mean, he lives alone, he gets sick a lot. Or, Jennifer, am I confused? Jennifer was silent, ready to cry. She knew very well that Winston does not communicate with his father. John Smith had lived in Philadelphia for many years, where he had gone with his new family while Winston was still at university. This story was told to Jennifer by Winston himself, but he apparently had a different version for his colleagues. I'm sorry, Kevin, I'm on the phone with Winston, she said. I got it wrong. I must have been working too hard. She switched off the connection, then tossed the phone aside with a squeamishness. Of course, no Winston had called her. She'd made up the story for Kevin, who could easily guess that Winston was misleading both his wife and his colleagues. So all her husband's trips to congresses Conferences and other business trips were staged exclusively for her. For his colleagues, Dr. Smith went to his father, while his wife was quietly waiting for him at home, even unaware of the double life her husband led. After a while, Jennifer's hand reached for the phone. Fighting her own reluctance to know the truth, she went back to her sister Bridget's page. Here was her trip to Hawaii in April. Winston had flown to Los Angeles for a fortnight, and Jennifer had been surprised to see how tanned her husband had been when he returned from Los Angeles. And it turns out that in April in Los Angeles is so sunny. I walked a lot. I did not notice how I burned, said Winston then. Jennifer didn't say anything to him. It did not even occur to her that her husband could be somewhere else, for example, in a hot country with her younger sister. And here was another of Maggie's trips, this time to the Bahamas. Winston was away from home then, too. He was supposedly on a flight to Denver. Except it was summer outside, and it was normal for him to return with a slight tan. There were other trips. Jennifer had counted at least 5 in the last 40 minutes. It had started almost 2 years ago. At least the joint disappearances from Jennifer's life had been observed since the December before last. And Ben had just turned 21 at the time. She'd barely graduated from university and got a job as a receptionist at a beauty parlor. But she worked there for just under 6 months. She quit in December, and then in March she and Winston were out of town together. Bridget chattered something about a new lover, after which there was another, then again another and another third. But Jennifer was not interested in her younger sister's private life, and for nothing. I wonder if she met only with Winston or in parallel? Jennifer thought. Did she have other men? She was still in shock at her own discovery. To have lived with her husband for so many years, and now to suddenly find out that for the past 2 years he had been lying to her, dating her sister, traveling the world with her, paying for her purchases, catering to her every desire. His wife had done his laundry, cooked his breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, and waited faithfully for him at home. Without a word or a hint, she never let him know she was unhappy with anything. Jennifer was comfortable. People like her were usually called patient. By morning, she was sick of her own thoughts. All night she had been thinking that she had to make some decision about her future, because she would never have a future with Winston. I wondered, Jennifer thought, what was the purpose of this marriage show? He would have divorced me and lived with Maggie, if he liked being with her so much. He'd long since grown cold to me. Winston came home as promised on Sunday, happy and lightly tanned. He called Jennifer a couple of times via Messenger, sending her some meaningless pictures to put her guard down. She'd responded to him with something to keep Winston from guessing that she knew all about his cheating perfectly well. Jennifer prepared herself for the conversation, going to clear the air. She had to gather her strength to find the right words that would not make her feel ashamed. No, she wouldn't make hysterics and scandals. They would part ways quietly if Winston wanted them to. What do I want? Jennifer thought. I want to endure further. I am willing to endure because I love this man and would do anything to be with him. I haven't existed apart from Winston for a long time. I belong to him completely, unlike his soulmate that would die if I was separated from him. Winston talked cheerfully about his trip, making up stories as he went along that didn't really happen. Jennifer listened to him, smiling and nodding, while she realized with every passing minute that she couldn't tell Winston that she knew everything. She couldn't live without him. She never got round to talking to him, and after a few days she calmed down and decided that she would not part with her husband. She loved him and let him have an affair on the side. It was easy to break up a marriage, but to keep it together was still a challenge. So Jennifer decided she would endure to the end. At the end of another working day, when she was about to go home, there was a knock at her office. "The reception is over," Jennifer shouted, but the door opened anyway. Maggie stood on the doorstep, and the older sister's insides snapped at the sight of her younger sister. "Why are you here?" Jennifer asked with whitened lips. "We need to have a serious talk," Maggie replied. Jennifer realized then that something had happened. Something had happened that was out of her control. Something she had miscalculated. What it was, she was going to have to find out from her younger sister. "I'm pregnant," Maggie said after a long silence. The sisters sat next to each other, carefully avoiding the opportunity to look into each other's eyes, and remained silent, until Maggie said two words that turned Jennifer's mind completely upside down. "Do I have to answer something?" Barely moving her lips, Jennifer asked. Jennifer's insides felt as if they had collapsed, and her lips and tongue stopped obeying her. "Shouldn't I?" Maggie replied shortly. "I'm the one who has to tell you. I'm pregnant by Winston, your husband. I'm tired of hiding the fact that I've been with him for a long time." Jennifer was silent. She fumbled with a piece of paper that had appeared on her desk. She couldn't say anything. It was like her tongue was stuck to her mouth. "Can you hear me?" Maggie asked demandingly. "I'm expecting your husband's child. I've been sleeping with him for a long time. A fortnight ago, he and I were on holiday in Miami, and before that we had sex at your house. Remember that spontaneous dinner at your place? You came over and told me to get my suitcase and you were leaving. I did. Only before that, I slept with your husband in your marital bed." The words were harsh, and Jennifer felt completely embarrassed by the filth. She didn't feel like it. She had tried to save her marriage to the last. Except who wanted it? Nobody. The child needed a father, no matter how immoral the child had been conceived. He was not to blame for his mother's recklessness, for his father's uncontrolled behavior. "What do you want from me?" Jennifer asked dryly. "For me to congratulate you? That I run home and scandalize my husband? That I look at myself in the mirror and try to see horns on my head?" Jennifer was about to scream, but Maggie, sitting across from her, kept her composure. Yes, that young woman had a lot of composure. She'd been scolded so many times by her parents, her grandmother, her teachers. Maggie didn't care about any of that. She had a way of keeping her cool, and that made Jennifer even more annoyed. "I want you to know the truth," Maggie said and stood up. "What you're going to do next, I don't know." "But I do," Jennifer said through gritted teeth. She left, leaving behind a trail of expensive perfume. Jennifer thought about it and breathed in the air, realizing that she had often smelled it on her husband's shirts, the same shirts that her younger sister Maggie must have helped him buy. Everything in her family wasn't real her husband's love, the family idol, the way they lived together. So there was no happiness in the Winston household. Then why did they waste their time on each other? Returning home after work, Jennifer caught Winston there. Quickly gathering the necessary clothes into her suitcase, she put her books, laptop, and tablet in there as well. Then she closed it and sat down next to it on the bed. Covering her eyes, she tried to listen to herself and her sensations. What did she feel? Fear, resentment, hurt, disappointment. The last was perhaps the most vivid feeling. It was disappointment that Jennifer felt at losing her fake family. It was only an imitation of happiness, so it was necessary to leave without regret. Taking a piece of paper, Jennifer wrote a short note to Winston in the quick handwriting she had become accustomed to during her years at the clinic. "I know all about you and Maggie. I see no point in staying in this house. I will divorce you myself. We have nothing to share. Let's part amicably." There were no other words that came to mind. Jennifer did not write a long speech, but simply picked up her suitcase and left the flat. She took one last look at the wedding photograph hanging on the living room wall, where she and Winston were smiling broadly and happily, and got into the car. Their happiness was still real then. Jennifer calmly drove out of the city, refueled, and drove down the motorway. There were more than 300 kilometers to go. Staring into the darkness, she tried to remain calm and composed. Around 5 a.m., she was near a village with no streetlights, but a crumbling sign at the entrance and something that looked like a monument to chicken pox. Pulling over, Jennifer got out of the car, breathed in the fresh country air, and finally let the tears flow. For the 5 hours that Jennifer had been on the road, she had managed to remain calm and confident. But the village had turned her inside out. Standing in the darkness and the rain that had begun to fall, she felt endlessly tired and homesick. "Pull yourself together," she commanded herself, and then settled back behind the wheel and drove towards home. The house Jennifer stopped the car at had once belonged to her grandmother Julia, the mother of her father and Aunt Maggie. All her life, her grandmother had lived in this village 50 kilometers from her hometown. Several times she visited her son and his family, but she herself did not go anywhere further than the village. While Julia was still alive, she signed over her house to her eldest granddaughter, Jennifer. Maggie, learning of this then, took great offense at her sister. You always get the best of everything. She cried with tears in her voice, and the best room and clothes. Now grandmother's house too. My God, Maggie, don't scream. Marian then cringed at her youngest daughter's loud, hysterical scream. It's a house in the middle of nowhere. What do you want it for? No one has bought anything in this village for a long time, so you wouldn't get any benefit even if your grandmother wrote the house in your name. What's that got to do with it? Maggie smeared tears down her face. How am I any worse than Jennifer? Why does she get everything all the time and I get everything on my own? Jennifer remained silent at the time. She remembered how many times during her grandmother's lifetime she had visited her in the village, monitored her health, went with her to the city clinic, prescribed medicines. Maggie had never once visited her grandmother in her entire adult life. Once in a while she called her, and that only to borrow money, which in the end did not return. But after the death of her grandmother, who left the house to the eldest granddaughter, Maggie took offense, as usual, accused her older sister that she gets everything for nothing, for the pretty eyes. Maggie didn't speak to Jennifer for a long time after that. The house, left after the death of Julia's grandmother, was small, rather dilapidated, but inside it was very cozy and warm. Jennifer, every time she came to the village to visit her grandmother's grave, stopped in the house with joy and awe, looking at the old crockery, photographs, paintings on the wall, small statuettes on the chest of drawers. And everything in the house was the same as it had been when Grandma Julia was still alive. As children, when Jennifer was 12 and Maggie was 6, they had come together to visit her grandmother for the summer. That summer seemed to Jennifer the happiest of her life, but Maggie didn't like it in the village. I hate goat's milk, and I don't like cow's milk, it's fatty. And I don't want to eat pancakes. My grandmother can't bake them. And I won't eat the chicken that has been running around since morning, I feel sorry for it. And I will not go to the vegetable garden, my nose will burn. And then there will be a trace. Whatever Grandma Jennifer offered, Maggie refused. She did not like country life. The girl thought it was boring and monotonous, but Jennifer enjoyed spending time with her grandmother. Most of all, she liked to go with her grandmother Julia to the collective farm, where she worked as a veterinarian. Perhaps it was from these trips that Jennifer's love of medicine was born. You have the makings of a future doctor, Julia said. Think about your future. You may want to connect it with medicine. Jennifer had made up her mind then. She would definitely be a doctor, she would help people. That was her calling, and she was happy with her choice, immensely grateful to her grandmother for her support. And now Jennifer was back at her grandmother's house. Only this time she came not for a while, but for permanent residence. There was nowhere else to go. To stay in the house where Winston was, there was neither strength, nor desire, nor possibility. Jennifer could not claim her husband's flat. It was his personal property. And she had no place of her own, for until a few weeks ago the young woman had had the assurance that she would be with her husband until she was old. But no, not all wishes were destined to come true, and Jennifer had experienced this firsthand. Collapsing onto the bed, she buried her face into the pillow. The bedclothes smelled damp, and the house itself, unheated and uninhabited for several years, didn't look much like a cozy nest. Jennifer had a lot of work to do to put the house in order, quit her old job, get a job in the village, file for divorce. But most importantly, learning to live a new life in which Winston would no longer be there. Remembering him, Jennifer picked up the phone. 15 missed calls from her husband, 2 missed calls from her mother, and 1 from her father. Maggie hadn't called her, and Jennifer bitterly imagined how happy she and Winston were to be together. Calling her mother, Jennifer told it like it was. I've left Winston. I'm going to live in the country. How, but why? You have such an amazing husband. How did you have the courage to leave him? And more importantly, why? Ask your youngest daughter, Jennifer replied, feeling a surge of anger again. No, it was urgent to pull herself together, to push away the anger, jealousy, and resentment. There should be nothing in her life that connected her to the past. What has Maggie to do with it? Marian didn't hide her surprise. Maggie is expecting my husband's child. In fact, she's been seeing him for a long time. Mom, let's close this topic. I'll buy a new SIM card tomorrow and this number won't be available. I'm filing for divorce, changing my life and my job. Marion was still shouting something into the phone, but Jennifer wasn't listening to her anymore. Jennifer was terribly sleepy. It was already late at night. She didn't want to think about anything. She fell into sleep. At her grandmother's house, Jennifer thought longingly of the next day, which would now be radically different from the days she was used to. In the morning, she woke up with her nose tangled in the blanket. The house was cold, and it appeared that the first snow had fallen outside the window. Jennifer was glad that she had managed to cover the 300 kilometers on a dry road. But she would hardly have dared such a rash act if there had been ice on the motorway. She had to do something about the stove. She also had to buy groceries and call her former job. Having somehow explained the situation, Jennifer listened to a lot of complaints from the head doctor, but managed to agree to send her resignation letter by registered mail. "You've really let us down," shouted into the phone head doctor. And Jennifer understood it well without him. Leaving the polyclinic without a therapist in the midst of flu and acute respiratory viral infections was unfair, ill-considered, and selfish, in the doctor's opinion. Jennifer did not initiate him into the details of her personal life, saying that she went to another city for family reasons. Having resolved the job issue, she dressed warmly and went to the post office. "Oh my God," Jennifer, the operator, addressed her, holding out an envelope and a blank sheet on which Jennifer was to write her resignation letter. "Yes, that's me," Jennifer smiled weakly, remembering how she and her grandmother Julia had once gone to this woman's house to watch little newborn piglets. Postal Service operator Rachel lived 2 houses down from the late Julia. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to visit my grandmother's grave." "And why would you write a letter?" Jennifer sighed. Now she would have to get used to a new life where everyone and everything had to know everything. That was what village life was like, and there was nothing Jennifer could do about it. Jennifer guessed that after her visit to the post office, news of her arrival would spread throughout the village. "I'm going to live here," she decided that it was better to tell the truth at once than to answer a million more questions from the villagers. There were about 200 people living in the village. All of them had known the late Julia, and Jennifer herself might have to meet them all. Some she knew and remembered, some she had yet to make acquaintance with. Live Rachel's face stretched. "Why's that?" "You didn't fit in at the regional center." "No, it didn't," Jennifer sighed. "And we've got a paramedic about to retire." Now Rachel's face lit up with a happy smile. "Listen, you're a doctor. Why don't you come down to the paramedic station and talk to Sharon? She's just sitting there. She's almost 70 years old. She should be looking after her own health, not treating the villagers." Jennifer nodded, not really thinking about working at the paramedic station. In fact, she was more inclined to think about working in a nearby town that would have its own clinic. "Rachel, do you know who can help me with the cooker? I don't know how to use it. It's very cold in the house." "Is that what city folk mean?" Rachel grinned. "I think my Oliver can help you too." "Oliver?" Jennifer tried to remember a certain Oliver, but to no avail. "Yes, my son. He's just visiting me right now. He came back from his shift, and instead of going to his place, he's staying with me for the time being. Either he had a fight with his wife, or he just doesn't want to go home. Anyway, come to my place. He was supposed to chop wood today. And he'll give you some wood and help you with the stove." Jennifer thanked her neighbor and almost ran to her house. The thought of returning to a house that looked more like a huge glacier did not please her at all. "I don't want to fall down in these parts," Jennifer thought. "There are no proper hospitals here, no way to get a full checkup." Oliver was home. When Jennifer saw him through the fence, she didn't immediately recognize him as the boy she had once run to the river with. They had been 14 years old then. The boy seemed overly bold and brave, and he was a real bully. "And I recognized you straight away," Oliver smiled. "Remember when you almost drowned? And I saved you." Jennifer laughed. "I didn't drown. You didn't save me? You pushed me into the river yourself. But now you could very well save me. My cooker doesn't work in my house, and I have no idea how to use it. Will you help me?" Oliver agreed. Together they worked out how to use the cooker properly. Then they drank tea, laughing and reminiscing about their childhood and their childhood mischief. Afterwards, they discussed mutual acquaintances, about whose fate Oliver knew much more than Jennifer, who had lived in the regional center for a long time. Then the topic drifted to a discussion of her own personal life. Jennifer didn't go into details, only briefly told him that she had left her husband and would now try to start a new life. "But you're a risk-taker," Oliver said admiringly. "To take a sudden change like that, I don't think I'm capable of that at all." "You don't know the details, that's why you think that way," Jennifer replied sadly. Before she knew it, she was talking to her childhood friend, and they sat there until lunchtime. The house was warm and cozy, and she didn't want to stop talking to such an interesting person. Jennifer suddenly realized that over the many years she had been married to Winston, she had completely forgotten what long, intimate conversations were like. After all, in the last few years, Winston was always busy. He had neither the time nor the inclination to talk to his wife. He must have discussed all the interesting things with Maggie, Jennifer thought bitterly, sinking back into her sad thoughts. "And why are you stuck at your mother's? Why aren't you going home?" Jennifer asked Oliver to distract herself from the realization of the worthlessness of her past life. Oliver shrugged. "Honestly, I'm afraid to. My wife recently had a baby and I don't feel like I can handle it." Jennifer raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You're afraid you won't be able to handle your own child? Are you serious?" Oliver nodded. "Seriously? Why?" "I'm a regular working man. My hands aren't made for this. When I pick up a pram, God forbid I drop it or push it. I'm afraid. Anyway, so I've been stalling. I fixed my mother's shed, rebuilt the roof. I'm thinking, what else can I do so I can go on shift right afterwards without going home?" "Oliver, it doesn't work that way." Jennifer shook her head. "You put yourself in your wife's shoes. How does she feel? What does she think about you not going home? Her hormones are already raging right now. She's having a hard time, not getting enough sleep with a small child. And you didn't even come and see him? You want to, don't you?" Oliver nodded, lowering his head. "I want to, but I'm afraid to." "You're a big man, and you're afraid of a small, helpless baby. Oliver, come on. You have a little brother, don't you? You spent your whole childhood with him, carrying him everywhere. Your mom almost left you with him forever. Nothing happened." "I wasn't thinking straight then," Oliver said. "I didn't have much choice. My parents made me do it. Now no one does." "Yeah," Jennifer grinned. "Did you ever think about the fact that your stressed-out wife is going to take it upon herself not to let you on the doorstep when you finally get the courage to do it?" Oliver looked at Jennifer, and his eyes grew wider and wider. "Why wouldn't she let me in? I'm the husband." "And where are you now? Are you the husband? Why are you sitting here? Not with your family, doing everything you can to avoid seeing your wife and child, Oliver?" "But she has every right to do the same, to never see you," Jennifer said. Oliver fell silent. There was nothing for him to object to. The next day, though, when Jennifer met Rachel, she learned from her that Oliver had gone to stay with his family. Packed up all his things dramatically yesterday and ran for the bus this morning. Thank God his brains are back in place. And that stuck out at my place, and at home a small son with his wife. Even I was embarrassed. Jennifer smiled and said nothing. As she walked to the shop, she thought about the fact that she might have made a husband and wife closer by bringing something good into the world. Now that she wasn't treating her patients, and she'd fled the city in disgrace, leaving her patients for other doctors, she felt guilty. The situation with Oliver at least redeemed that guilt a little. Entering the shop, Jennifer looked disappointedly at the shelves. She realized that village grocery shopping was going to be a disappointment. The shelves were lined with cereals, sugar, salt, washing powders, and shampoos. And it was impossible to buy the usual meat, frozen vegetable mixes, and dairy products. "What are you going to buy?" Jennifer was approached by a shop assistant, and in her Jennifer recognized her childhood friend Chloe. She recognized her with great difficulty because Chloe had changed so much. She and Jennifer were about the same age, except that Chloe was 1 or 2 years older. But she looked in her 30s and tails for all 45. The woman was clearly a heavy drinker. Her face was haggard, her eyes were red, and her hands were shaking, as if Chloe had drunk a lot the day before. "Chloe, it's you, isn't it?" Jennifer asked instead of answering, and the woman tightened her lips and nodded faintly. "Let's say it's me, What are you going to buy? I have a closing in 10 minutes, Chloe replied impolitely. Ah, closing time, Jennifer grinned to herself. Behind Chloe's back, she saw an open bottle of vodka on one of the shelves and next to it a shot glass and sliced apples. Chloe was clearly not going to close up to finish the day's work, but to get a hangover. You've just changed so much, Jennifer said, continuing to insist and watching the way Chloe's eyes raced. And you smell so heavy in here. It's spoiled goods. It stinks from the back room, Chloe replied quickly, and then threw her chin up defiantly. What are you doing here? Telling me off? Buy your food and go back to your place. Rude, Jennifer said in an even voice, not trying to take offense at her former mate. It's not my fault you look 40 years old. You have kids, don't you? My grandmother told me. Look, get out of here, Chloe shouted. She ran out from behind the counter and forcefully pushed Jennifer towards the exit. You're going to teach me about life. Idea girl, teach others. Chloe, if you need help, come to me, Jennifer managed to say before the shop assistant slammed the shop door in her face. Having not bought anything from the shop, Jennifer decided that she would drive to a nearby town. The snow on the roads was already melting. She needed time to buy groceries and change the summer tires for winter ones. When she returned home in the evening, she noticed a female figure at the gate of Julia's grandmother's cottage. In the darkness, it was hard to make out who it was. But then Jennifer realized it was Chloe, the same one who had pushed her out of her shop back in the morning. Let's go inside, Jennifer said, holding out 2 bags to Chloe. Will you help me carry the groceries in? Chloe obediently followed Jennifer in. At first, they sat in silence. Then Jennifer put the kettle on, poured tea into mugs, placed vases of sweets on the table. Try some, they're delicious. I know they're very rare here. I used to buy them for the kids. Chloe suddenly burst into tears. Her shoulders were shaking, and Jennifer, silently watching the woman sitting opposite, got up from her chair, poured water into a glass and handed it to her guest. Help me, Jennifer, Chloe pleaded. I can't stop. Since Ben died, I've been going downhill. I know I should stop, but I can't. It's like there's a force in me that makes me drink vodka. I drink it, but it doesn't get easier, and I keep dreaming about Ben, and the children crying, and I can't control myself, Chloe said through her tears. Jennifer nodded. Okay, I'll try to help you. Firstly, you're going to buy some pills in town, you're going to take them, and if you drink after them, they'll take you to the hospital. Secondly, they'll dull your desire to drink. We'll go into town together tomorrow. We'll make an appointment for you to see a doctor there. You should definitely do that. I'll drive you myself, go with you to the appointment, because I suspect you won't have the courage or strength to do it yourself. Chloe looked at Jennifer with wet eyes, nodded occasionally, and sipped water from the glass. Are you really going to help me? Is that what you want? I want your children to grow up to be normal people, not afraid of their mother and not see everything that happens to you. You don't think about them as much as you usually do. But you do, Jennifer said with a smile and handed Chloe a candy bar. Take it, eat it, stay at my place tonight. You'll do something stupid like you did this morning and you'll be sorry. A few days after this conversation, when Jennifer and Chloe had already gone to the city, together went to the hospital, and Chloe was scheduled for treatment, people came to Jennifer's house. They all had different problems. Someone wanted to be cured of excessive alcohol consumption. Someone was worried about back pain. Someone in the stomach. In general, Chloe, who worked in the only shop in the village, encouraged after seeing a doctor and receiving help from Jennifer, told all the other residents about the dependability of her new friend and the fact that she worked in the regional center as a therapist. Jennifer never said no to anyone. And now the house of Masha's late grandmother turned into a kind of outpatient clinic. They brought her vegetables, meat, chicken, eggs. Someone tried to slip Jennifer money, but she took only food, and that is a thank you from happy old ladies who received prescriptions for medicines and learnt that they had no deadly diseases. Then Sharon, the same one who worked at the local health center as a paramedic, came to Jennifer's house. Enough of this nonsense, Jenny, she said. Did you get your employment history? Go to town and get you employed. I'm retiring. I've already written my application. And you shouldn't be taking people in and treating them with pickles in your house. Jennifer nodded. Totally agree with what Sharon said. She was going to go to town with the paperwork herself, but Sharon beat her to the punch with her suggestion. 2 weeks later, Jennifer was taking appointments at the local nursing station. She often thought about her old life, but she had no regrets. She had too much work to do, which finally gave her a burst of energy and a desire to move on with her life. In the course of her work, she managed to file for divorce, then received a certificate of divorce. She went to the regional center twice and fortunately did not meet her ex-husband or her sister. In conversations with her mother, Jennifer carefully avoided the topic of her past life. She never asked about Maggie, and Marion tactfully left out how her sister and ex-husband Winston lived. Jennifer didn't know about it and didn't want to know. She guessed that both Maggie and Winston knew perfectly well that Jennifer lived in the settlement. Only neither of them had ever come to her, repented or apologized. In February in the township, as the blizzards began, they came one after another, and the local authorities, unaccustomed to such bad weather, were surprised that by the end of winter, this time of year was just beginning to gain momentum. "It's a wicked winter," explained one of the old ladies who came to see Jennifer. "It doesn't want to go away. It fights spring. We always have snowfalls in February, so much snow. It melts quickly, but it doesn't get swept away by the wind. Be well." Jennifer nodded. She still had much to learn about village life, which she was finally starting to get used to after a few months. The village was peaceful, quiet, and life flowed at a measured pace. Jennifer liked her job, and now she knew everyone in the small village. "Thank you, Julia," they often said to her, referring to her grandmother. "Raised such a wonderful granddaughter. A pleasure to us all." Jennifer smiled modestly, not commenting on the patient's words. It did make her happy to know that her grandmother spoke so well of her. It meant she had lived a life worth living. One snowstorm, Jennifer left work early. The patients were gone, and a real snowstorm was brewing outside her window. After closing the nurse's station, Jennifer trudged through the snowdrifts towards her home. As she approached, she noticed the open gate, but thought that it had opened because of strong gusts of wind. However, as she stepped up onto the porch, she saw the door to the house open. "What the hell is that?" she muttered as she approached the door, and then noticed a man's boots at the entrance. Her heart sank. As if in slow motion, she walked into the house and saw Winston sitting at the table. Turning around, he looked at her with an intimidated look, then gave her a strained smile. "Sorry, I'm uninvited." And Jennifer stopped in the doorway and leaned helplessly with her back against the door. It was unclear whether her strength had left her from the arduous journey home or because of her ex-husband's arrival. "Why did you come?" With difficulty moving her lips, she asked. "I came to beg forgiveness," he replied, rising from his chair. "I wanted to come sooner, but I lacked courage. Forgive me." Outside the window, the elements raged. Jennifer wanted to push Winston out the door, to slam the door in his face as Chloe had once done to her. But the blizzard was too frightening, and she wouldn't dare throw a man out into the weather and put his life in danger, even if she very much wanted to hurt someone who had once hurt herself. "I forgave you long ago," Jennifer replied. "I've already forgotten about everything, and I advise you to forget about everything. Live happily ever after," Jennifer said. "I even left myself to give you the opportunity to be a happy husband and father of your child." "Maggie is not pregnant by me," Winston replied. "I can't have children. All these years I haven't told you the truth. My first wife left me for that reason, and I was afraid of losing you, so I kept quiet. Maggie's pregnancy, by which she wanted to keep me, was a consequence of her frivolous life." Jennifer grinned. "You chose that girl, now take responsibility for it yourself. I don't want to know anything." Winston approached Jennifer and tried to take her hands, but she took a step backwards. Then he suddenly dropped to his knees, lowering his head and holding out his hands to his ex-wife. Jennifer cringed, seeing the pathetic picture before her. How many times had she imagined Winston begging her forgiveness? But now this moment had come, and she felt nothing but squeamishness and a desire to end this spectacle as soon as possible. "Come on, get off your knees, it won't do you any good," she said. "I realized exactly why you were here today. You took advantage of the bad weather so I couldn't kick you out, but it won't help you. Winston lifted his head and looked into her face. Do you really like this life? Do you like living in the township, socializing with these uneducated and miserable people? You are a doctor with a capital letter. Shut up, Jennifer interrupted him. It's not for you to talk about how bad people live here. You're not known for your own integrity. And I could have been a doctor with a capital letter if I'd gone on to further study. You talked me out of it. Now I'm going to be a little doctor in this little village. I'm leaving. And I want you gone by the time I get back. You put the key back where you got it from. Jennifer walked out of the house, breathing heavily and gulping for air. It was hard to walk, the wind whipping in her face, filling her eyes with snow. But Jennifer didn't stop, stepping firmly through the loose snow. After a few minutes, having overcome a snowdrift almost a meter high, she knocked on the door of Chloe's house. Half an hour later, they were sitting at the table drinking tea. So, did you really kick him out? Chloe asked. I asked him to go home. I didn't kick him out, replied Jennifer. I can't live with a man who betrayed me once. If I do, I'll be constantly expecting him to betray me again. No, I can't do that. If my Ben were alive, I think I would forgive him for the sake of our children, Chloe said then, sobbing, and put her arm around Jennifer's shoulders, rocking her like a child. We don't have children, and there's no point in our marriage, Jennifer replied. Winston can't have children. After saying those words and looking at Chloe's 2 kids playing cars on the bed in the room, Jennifer smiled. She wants kids. She wants to live a happy new life where there will be no room for betrayal. It was necessary to wait a little while. And sooner or later, a big love was sure to appear in her little life. A mother of many children takes a job with a fading millionaire widower. And barely had she sat down at the piano. Marian looked at the note for what must have been the 10th time, rereading it. No, the handwriting was legible, but the content. Marian, I'm sorry, but I can't go on like this. I've fallen in love with another woman, and today she and I are leaving for another city. Don't look for us. Tell the children I love them. Matthew. She slowly sat back in her chair and waved the note away, as if that little scrap of paper could provide some kind of coolness. It just can't be. Marian muttered quietly. No, she'd noticed something strange going on with Matthew lately. She had noticed it, but she didn't want to believe it. It was true what they said about a husband cheating the wife would be the last to know. He told her he was working hard, that he was tired, that he was working late, that he was going out in the evenings and weekends. Even the kids seemed to have begun to suspect something. At least the eldest, Stephen, he's 14 now. Marian, at his age, would probably realize by now that her mom and dad don't like each other and are only together because they have nowhere to live separately. Of course, in front of the children, Marian pretended that everything was fine. Daddy just works hard, she answered all their questions and smiled, trying to make it look believable. He does it for us. She saw Stephen frown incredulously. He hadn't asked his mother anything, perhaps because he didn't want to bother his younger brother and sister. Or maybe he thought the adults would figure it out for themselves. Suspicions had plagued Marian for a long time. She tried to ignore them as best she could. Her blonde, long hair stuck to the front passenger seat of her husband's car. Though Marian's was dark walnut-colored and long past her shoulders, she wouldn't let it go. Long hair isn't practical when you have 3 kids. Just giving a lift to one of his colleagues, she thought. Was Marian thinking about hair or acquaintances? The smell of someone else's sweet feminine perfume from his clothes, the sound of a text message arriving on his phone at 2 a.m. Matthew, who'd been going to the bathroom for an hour at a time just to go have a beer with his friends. And his friends who hid their eyes if they happened to run into Marian. All of this she found an explanation for. Why, she thought, clutching the note in her hands. Why did I make excuses for him when it was so obvious? Just because I was used to trusting him? Or because I've never cheated anyone myself? In 15 years of marriage, Marian had never once lied to Matthew, even about the smallest things. Or maybe she was just afraid of ruining their stable, steady world she'd grown so accustomed to over the years. Don't wake trouble while it's quiet, Marian's grandmother was fond of saying. Marian didn't wake her up, just pretended everything was the same as before. until he decided to make the first move. "Mum, are we having dinner tonight?" Stephen came into the kitchen. He had always picked up her moods like radar, and now he knew at once that something was wrong with his mother. Marian twitched, tried to hide the note, but the son jumped to her in 2 steps, practically pulled the paper from his mother's hands, read it in a couple of seconds, sighed in a mature way, without surprise, as if he had long been prepared that such a thing could happen. "I see. Have you called him yet?" "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" The eldest son sat down next to me. Of all the children, he was the most like Marian, the same dark hazel hair, expressive green eyes and straight, neat nose. But unlike the soft Marian, Stephen was serious and sensible from childhood, as if he was preparing for the fact that he would have to become the head of the family. "We'll have to discuss divorce, alimony. Who will pay for the flat? We have a mortgage for another 5 years. You're probably right. We should just talk to him about it. I just don't believe it's real yet." His son sighed and put his hand over hers. "I know it's very difficult for you right now, Mum, but you and I both knew this was going to happen at some point. How long has he been cheating on you? 3 years? 5 years? Marian flinched as if struck by a blow. "I don't know. Let's not talk about it. You'd better call the younger ones. We must have supper." Stephen got up. "I'll get them." "You're not going to tell them yet?" "No. I'll contact your father first." Marian threw the note into the rubbish bin. Matthew didn't answer his phone or text messages. Marian even called him at work. They said Matthew had tendered his resignation a few days earlier, and they never saw him again. Marian also called some of his friends. They replied that they didn't know anything either. Only one of the mates, Alex, said that Matthew had told him about his plans to leave his wife and kids and run off with his mistress. "I thought he was joking," Alex sighed. "It turned out to be a joke." "You knew Matthew was cheating on me, didn't you?" Marian asked. There was silence in the phone for a few seconds, but then Alex answered. "Yes." "Okay," said Marian. "I understand. Thanks for telling me everything." She finished the calls, looked thoughtfully out the window. The children were already asleep, and now she had time to think and decide what to do next. After Molly, their youngest daughter, had been born 7 years ago, it was clear that Marian wouldn't be working for a long time. "And what are you going to do there?" her husband said then. "Even if you worked double shifts at your hospital, your salary wouldn't even be enough for 1 child, let alone 3. Marian sighed. She realized that nurses weren't paid that much. "Quit," Matthew continued. "Take care of the house and the children, and we'll have enough money." So she listened to her husband and resigned from the hospital where she had worked for many years. Of course, they were very upset. There was already a shortage of nurses, and there were very few responsible and careful professionals like Marian. She didn't really want to quit. She enjoyed her work, but it was difficult to combine it with caring for her husband and children. After she was fired, Marian didn't know where to put herself for the first time. She was used to being torn between her shifts, her husband, her children, and household chores. Only maternity leave was a rest for her, but only from work, because the rest of her duties were not canceled. Now she could take Molly and Alex to nursery in the morning and Stephen to school. On the way back, she had to go grocery shopping, then do the dishes, put the toys away, throw things in the wash, sweep and mop the floors. And then it was time to make lunch so that by the time it was ready, she could run to pick up the younger ones from kindergarten. Marian used to run to the school to pick up Stephen, but after the little sister started kindergarten, the eldest of the family protested. "I'm a big boy," he told his mother. "I can walk to school on my own." "You're only 9? Marian objected. Stephen only furrowed his eyebrows stubbornly. "The school's near the house. You've got 2 kids to drag from kindergarten, and then you have to follow me. And I'm ashamed to walk with my mom, like a little kid, honestly." His mom sighed and agreed. Once Stephen had made up his mind about something, there was no changing his mind. In time, Marian fell into this cycle of home life and didn't even realize she'd ever worked. Matthew's money was enough for them. and her husband was satisfied with the fact that after work he had a clean house, a hot dinner, fed and washed children, and a wife who did not smell of chlorine and iodine. Only now Marion did not understand what she should do in this situation. She hasn't worked in 7 years. They live in a flat that still has a mortgage to pay for a few more years. The money they have now is only enough for a month at the most. If they cut back on all their expenses, 2 months. Of course, there was hope that Matthew would come to his senses and call. But her gut feeling told her that wasn't going to happen. And then what to do? Where do I get the money? Marion had no one to help her. She didn't know her father, her mother never told her much about him. And her mom had died 5 years ago. We've got to get a job, thought Marion. Otherwise we'll soon be on the street. The woman who sat across from her took another look at her CV and sighed heavily. She lowered her heavy metal-rimmed glasses closer to the tip of her nose. It was getting towards evening, and the employment officer wanted to finish the day and go home as soon as possible. And here was this misunderstanding, a 35-year-old mother of 3 minor children who had last worked 7 years ago as a nurse in a regular hospital. I don't know what to offer you, she said. I don't suppose you'd consider per diem or full-time work at all? Marion sighed and waved her hands. The woman snorted unhappily. Then I have nothing to offer you. Nothing at all? Marion clarified. No. Noticing the disappointed look on Marion's face, the woman said, I still have your phone number, and if anything comes up, I'll call you. Thank you, Marion replied, smiled, and walked out, carefully closing the door behind her. Already outside, when she got into her old black Toyota, which she had bought before her marriage, Marion exhaled slowly and leaned back in the driver's seat. It's okay, she said to herself. We'll make it. She mentally counted the money she had left there should be enough for another month. She had already cut back on her own expenses, but she didn't want to save money on the children. Though if she couldn't find a job, she'd have to cut back on their clubs and activities. She could also sell some of her things, especially expensive clothes or shoes. Marion didn't have any, but it would be possible to take the jewelry, laptop, and maybe the TV from the bedroom to a pawn shop for appraisal. All the jewelry, TVs, laptop, and even Marion's new winter boots that Matthew had given her last New Year's Eve had already been sold. They were very nice, but uncomfortable, and she'd hardly ever worn them. Then she remembered and decided to check how much they were worth. Turned out to be a fortune. Marion dropped the price by a quarter, and within a couple of hours some happy woman took them. I spent 6 months looking for them in all the shops, she told Marion. Now all my girlfriends will be jealous of me. When she had gone, Marion breathed a sigh of relief. They could last another fortnight. What then? She had already cut every expense she could. There was nothing left to sell. Would she really have to settle for full-time work? What about the kids? Leave them alone from morning till night. Of course, Stephen's 14, Alex is 10, and Molly's 7. They're not toddlers. And the eldest has been telling his mother for a long time that he can handle the younger ones if she has to feed them, pick them up from school, make them do their homework. But does she have the right to put the responsibilities of adulthood on her boy's shoulders so early? The sound of the phone suddenly ringing almost made Marion jump. She wasn't expecting a call. And the number was unfamiliar. Normally she tried not to take such calls. But suddenly she thought that she was about to be told something good, because she was tired of bad news. I'm listening, she said cautiously into the receiver, dreading the thought that she was about to be offered some kind of credit or told a story about a suspicious transaction on her card. But the pleasant female voice on the other end said something else. Marion, my name is Amanda. I got your number from the unemployment office. Are you still considering a job offer? Yes, Marion shouted hastily and then, ashamed of her impulsiveness, added more calmly, I'm still considering it. Good. Amanda seemed genuinely pleased. It says here that you've been a nurse for many years. You also have experience with critically ill patients. That's right, Marion replied. I would like to ask you if you would consider a job as a carer. Marion thought for a moment. She had never worked as a carer, but it was hardly more difficult than a nurse's job. If she'd ever handled an entire ward, she could certainly handle one seriously ill person. I can think about your offer, she said cautiously, but I'd have to know all the conditions. I'll be sure to tell you everything Amanda promised. Would it be convenient for you to come to my office at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? Yes, of course. Great. Then I'll text you the address. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Marian replied and pressed the end button. Her heart was pounding frantically for some reason. No, of course it was too early to rejoice, but at least one sentence had come to life again, and hope had been rekindled in her. After taking the children to school, Marian drove to her appointment. On the way, she once again ran through her mind the answers to all the questions she thought she might be asked. She also wrote out in notes on her phone what she wanted to find out for herself. Amanda's office was located right in the center of the city, a huge, modern business center. When Marian stepped into the new, shiny, almost silent lift, she thought that Amanda must be working for some very wealthy people. Good afternoon, she was greeted in the reception area by a pretty young girl. Amanda's secretary, I think. My name is Vivienne. I have an interview here at 10 o'clock, Marian informed her. For the position of a carer, she said sympathetically or surprisingly, but she pulled herself together and smiled politely. Please have a seat. I will clarify everything now. Marian sat down, and the secretary rang the telephone and asked something quietly and quickly into the receiver. The answer was apparently in the affirmative. Then Vivian stood up, smiled once more at Marian and said, Amanda is expecting you. Come in. Marian was escorted to the door like royalty. For a second she was even frightened. A place like this wouldn't treat a mere nurse like that. Maybe she was confused. Hello, Marian said timidly as she entered the office. Amanda appeared to be a pretty woman about her age. Black hair, gathered in a neat low ponytail, business suit, expensive glasses. Good afternoon, Marian, she said. Please have a seat. She pointed with her hand to a cushioned armchair directly across from her. Marian sat down. Amanda smiled and clicked on the clipboard lying on the desk in front of her. According to our information, you have extensive experience as a nurse, including you indicated that you've cared for critically ill patients? Marian nodded. And you are also considering a position as a carer. Is that correct? That's correct, Marian confirmed. Good. I'm representing a client who needs a carer. Mr. Jacob has been paralyzed from the waist down for a number of years, and he has several other cardiovascular, respiratory, and digestive problems. Marian nodded again, showing she was listening intently. From a physical point of view, your job would not be considered hard, Amanda continued. The whole house is equipped for Mr. Jacob's needs. Motorized wheelchairs, lifts, handrails, and so on. There'll be no complicated medical procedures, either shots, pills, IVs, etc. Nothing a nurse couldn't master, I realized. Right, Marian said. Amanda paused, as if considering how best to present the next piece of information. Then she pressed her lip, as if she'd changed her mind about what she was going to say, and asked, I believe you have children? Yes, Marian nodded. 3. Amanda nodded thoughtfully. They're all in school, aren't they? Yes. So they'll be on holiday soon? Yes, in a couple of weeks. Are you considering accommodation? Amanda asked. Our client's house is out of town, and it would be inconvenient for you to go there every day. Marian shook her head. I don't have anyone to leave my children with, she said, frustrated and thinking she was going to be told goodbye. But suddenly Amanda spoke up. You don't have to leave them. You will live with them together in the grounds of the manor in the annex. To be exact, it's a detached building, very spacious, very cozy. I assure you, you'll like it. Marian looked at her incredulously. Are you saying that the 4 of us will just be allowed to live in a tenant's house? Amanda nodded and smiled happily. What's more, you won't even have to cook. The meals are free, as is the accommodation. You will be fed with the rest of the staff of the manor. Sounds tempting, Marian said cautiously. I'm beginning to suspect there's a catch. Exactly, Amanda confirmed cheerfully. I suppose you'd like to know the hours and wages? I would, said Marion cautiously. Amanda nodded. Her neatly manicured fingers ran across the screen of the tablet. She turned it toward Marion. Marion's eyes widened. This is for the week, Amanda explained. A week? Marion was even more surprised. That much money? Amanda sighed a little too humanly, which was very unlike her image of an impeccable business assistant. I realize you're expecting a catch. And there is, she said. Marion pressed her lips together, nodded slowly, and looked questioningly at Amanda. She rubbed the bridge of her nose tiredly. The thing is, Mr. Jacob is a very particular man, and he has a difficult temper. Not everyone can get along with him. Marion breathed out a sigh of relief. That's it? I've seen all sorts of people in my years at the hospital, and we've never been paid so much for being unhealthy. That's not quite all. Amanda shook her head. I can't promise you'll have a steady schedule. Roughly speaking, if Mr. Jacob thought of calling you in at 2 a.m., that would mean you'd have to get up and show up. But everything you've said so far is true, isn't it? Marion asked. Yes, the salary that I wrote you is paid once a week, because the staff doesn't usually stay there for a long time, Amanda answered. You and the children will live in a separate building and eat at the employer's expense. If you or the children need to go into town, we will provide you with a car and driver. And in return, I have to look after an elderly, capricious millionaire and be ready to appear at his beck and call at any moment. You could say that Amanda nodded. I am ready, said Marion. When can we start? It took them a while to complete the paperwork. Then Marion waited until the children were on holiday. Finally, they packed all the necessary things and drove to the manor to the mysterious Jacob. Are you sure he's not some kind of freak? Alex asked her. We're all going to his place. We don't know where to go. Marion blushed. They were traveling in a car with a driver sent directly by her employer. She looked in the mirror and saw that the driver, who introduced himself as Marcus, was smiling. Alex, we're not going somewhere. We're going to an upmarket village, Marion said indignantly. Jacob is normal, please, nothing extra. If you have to meet Jacob, you realize how important this job is to me. Jacob will probably only get to know you, Marcus said. He doesn't like new people very much, and he wanted me to bring you straight to the outhouse. I see, replied Marion. A short time later, they entered the village. Wow, Alex commented. If there are crazy people living here, they are very rich. Stephen laughed, and Molly nearly broke the glass she had pressed her forehead against to get a good look. Yes, thought Marion, there are some very rich people living here. They drove past huge mansions surrounded by large fences. That's nothing, Marcus said cheerfully. You haven't seen Jacob's main house yet. The next one will be more interesting, Marcus said. After they had driven through the village, there was a large area surrounded by a beautiful, elegant, but very high fence. The driver pressed some button on a small black remote control that appeared in his hand, and the gate opened. We are now entering the grounds of the manor, Marcus commented. They drove for a long time along the road, which was surrounded on both sides by rows of neatly trimmed trees. Then a huge modern house, made of glass and metal, appeared in front of them. But the car did not go towards the mansion, but turned left. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of a small, neat wooden house. Marion and the children got out of the car. It's beautiful, said Marion. This outhouse must be very old. Marcus, who had also got out of the car and was already taking their suitcases out of the boot, replied. Yes, it was built more than half a century ago. But don't worry. The outbuilding was restored only recently, about 2 years ago. There's water, electricity, everything. It looks like something out of a 19th century novel, said Stephen. That's right, the driver replied, coming up to the porch with his suitcases in his hands. I don't know exactly, but I think that was the idea. When they went inside, Marion noticed that, despite the seeming compactness of the outbuilding, it was very spacious inside. There was a small entrance hall, which almost immediately led into a living room, apparently connected to the kitchen dining room. a spacious in-suite bathroom, and, most importantly, 4 bedrooms. Wow, Alex shrieked. Am I going to have a separate bedroom? Marion smiled. Apparently, yes. In the old flat, the brothers had shared a room, and only Molly had her own bedroom. Stephen looked at his mother and smiled. He's all grown up now, isn't he? Suddenly, Marion thought that he needed his own room for a long time. Meanwhile, Marcus had already brought in all their things and said, "Make yourselves comfortable, have a rest. I think in about an hour they'll be here to take you to lunch. You'll get to know everyone there." "Thank you, Marcus," Marion said sincerely. He smiled. "It was nice to meet you all. I hope you enjoy your time here and stick around." In the hour they had, everyone had time to put their things away and settle into their new place of residence a little. Alex and Molly even ran around the outhouse. There they found a gazebo, a swing, and some well-tended flower beds. "Mummy, I love it here," Molly exclaimed, running up to Marion and hugging her legs. Marion smiled and stroked her daughter's hair. "I'm very glad," she said. "I hope you won't be bored here." "Not while you're working," the younger one said confidently. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Yes, come in," Marion answered. A tall, blonde-haired man with brown eyes walked into the cabin. He was dressed simply in a white t-shirt and black jeans, but he held himself so freely and confidently that Marion immediately realized that this man plays not the least role here. "Good afternoon, everyone." The first thing the stranger said was, "Hello. My name is Robert. I'm Jacob's assistant and the manager of this house." "Nice to meet you," she said. "My name is Marion, and these are my children, Stephen, Alex, and Molly." "Hello," they said in unison. Robert smiled. "It's a pleasure. I'm sure you will revitalize our sleepy kingdom. Now I invite you all to lunch." He led them down an inconspicuous path that led to the side entrance of the mansion. Through this door, they passed into a large and cozy kitchen. "Here are our newcomers." A woman's voice greeted them cheerfully. Marion saw a short, slightly overweight woman in her 50s. "I'm Camila," she said. "I am in charge of the food in this house. Come to the table." Marion introduced herself and the children, and they were seated at the table. There were about 10 other people besides them. They were all employees of the manor. They introduced themselves to Marion, but she was so nervous that she couldn't really remember anyone, just smiled and nodded. At Marion's right hand sat Robert. "Don't worry," he whispered in her ear. "You'll remember everyone in a couple of days." "How do you know what I was thinking?" Marion asked. "It's not difficult," replied Robert. "When I came to work here and everyone was introduced to me, I thought the same thing." Marion grinned. Her first fear had receded. Everyone seemed to be very nice and friendly here. Also, the kids were very well behaved after they ate lunch. Robert took Marion to meet the supervisor, and Marcus volunteered to give the children a tour of the estate. When Robert and Marion stopped in front of the office door, her employer's assistant began to speak softly, looked her in the eye, and said, "Marion, remember the most important thing: any comments Jacob will let slip about you have nothing to do with you personally. He is just an old, sick man with a hard fate and a very bad temper. In fact, that's why we're willing to give you such a great salary and facilities." "Thank you for telling me, Robert. But don't worry, I'm tougher than I look." "I'm sure you are." Then he knocked and opened the door. At last came a creaky, aged voice. "I thought I was going to die in here before any of you bothered to come in. I wonder why I pay you, all you bums, so much money." In a chair by the window sat an old, hunched old man. Marion thought that this was the kind of man they drew in books when they described an orphan protagonist who lived with an evil old relative. It was obvious that Jacob used to be a tall, sturdy man. Though the years had dried him up and pulled his head to the ground, his shoulders were still broad and even a little proud. Short gray hair, wrinkled neck, stubble, long straight nose, tightly closed lips, and angry, prickly eyes. They must once have been blue or green, but now they had faded so much that it was impossible to tell. And with those eyes he studied Marion coldly. It was as if Marion was being scanned, checking what was inside her. "Is it this one?" Jacob asked Robert, ignoring her completely, as if Marion herself were incapable of answering him. "That's Marion," the assistant answered. "She will be your new nurse." "Hello," said Marion, deciding that she would not stand here waiting to be addressed. Jacob frowned as if he'd eaten something sour. "Yes," he said, "it gets worse every time. Come on, Robert, let's go see what we can do with her." The assistant smiled encouragingly at Marion and went out. Without Robert, Marion immediately felt somehow defenseless, but she was determined that she would not let her charge spoil her mood. She needed this job. She liked the bright, spacious outhouse they were put in. She liked being able to spend quality time with the children. She liked the fact that she didn't have to go anywhere, and she certainly wasn't going to be leaving here in a week. So Marion pulled herself together, smiled, and said, "Well, where do we start? How about a shave for starters? Otherwise you look very overgrown, not like a millionaire, but like a homeless man." Oh, why did I say that she immediately thought in horror? I wanted to say something else about my skills, about what a highly skilled nurse I am. Now he's going to fire me for sure. Jacob raised his bushy gray eyebrows in surprise and suddenly laughed like a madman. "Like a homeless man, you say?" he said, when he could laugh. "Well, take me to the bathroom, if that's the case." "Where's your bathroom?" she asked. The old man rolled his eyes. "Yeah, that's professionalism in all its glory," he grumbled. Then he pressed a button on the arm of the chair, and it went somewhere along the line. All she had to do was follow him. Jacob led her into a large, airy room. It took Marion a few seconds to explore the place and marveled at how conveniently everything was arranged. She found a cape, shaving foam, and a clipper. "Do you even know how to do that?" Jacob asked her doubtfully. "I do," Marion said calmly. The last time she had used a clipper had been a long time ago, when she was still working at the hospital. One of her patients had asked her to shave his neck before an operation. He couldn't do it himself, his hands were too shaky. "That's all right," thought Marion, "I can do it now." When she had finished, she looked with satisfaction at the result of her work. "There," she said, turning her ward to the mirror. "A different look." Jacob saw himself and gasped. "What have you done, you fool?" he shouted. "Couldn't you at least leave a few millimeters? Why cut everything to 0? You can see all my wrinkles and folds. I look like I'm about to die." Marion looked in the mirror, but decided not to show fear. "It's hygienic," she said sternly. "And it suits you better, believe me, as a woman." The old man chuckled. "Any man has ever been a woman." Marion's face seemed to flush. Yes, she had come here in a simple dress, with her hair unsightly in a ponytail, but to take her for an old maid was too much. "Don't worry," she said dryly. "I have 3 children." Jacob whistled. "And from different men, too." "One," Marion said wryly. "But he's an interesting guy, having 3 kids and a woman to work with." Marion pressed her lips together. "We broke up." "Why are you panting like that? Did you run away?" "That's none of your business," she said more sharply than she intended. "What's next on the plan?" "Snake, get the clipboard from the table," the old man grumbled. Marion should have left a detailed schedule there. The tablet was found in the indicated place. Marion ran her eyes over it. Yes, there's a lot to do. It seems that Jacob is indeed seriously ill, at least judging by the number of pills and shots he gets every day. "Have you had lunch yet?" she clarified. "No, I was waiting for you." "Of course I've had lunch, I see." Marion decided not to react to the abruptness. "Then you have rest and IVs now," she said. "You're a genius." Jacob pulled the tablet down so his fingers shared the screen but said nothing. "Are we going to drip lying down or standing up?" How many more stupid questions are there going to be today, Marion thought. Marion, hardly gritting her teeth, answered, There will be questions until I fully understand your regimen and appointments. For your information, some patients prefer to sit during the procedure. I'm thrilled for them. We're laying on you," she continued, ignoring the sarcastic tone, "which means there should be a couch." Marion began to look round. The old man sighed and nodded his head. "There's a door over there that leads to the treatment room." The IV went relatively quietly, too. Marion was afraid she wouldn't get into a vein the first time after all. It had been years since she'd injected. But today she was lucky. Jacob even closed his eyes and dozed off. He woke up when she was pulling the needle out of his vein. "We're going for a walk now," Marion said. "Really?" said the old man. "I thought it was a tambourine dance." Marion wondered how she had so much patience. She was used to strangers being so rude and disrespectful to her for just doing her job. Jacob hired her for this job, if you think about it. It's understandable that she wouldn't know anything on the first day. Can't she have a little self-restraint? Marion thought as she walked through the garden beside his chair. Why should he? He's a millionaire. He's not used to restraining himself. He must have had more than one carer before her. And if she fails or decides to leave, his team will find another one the same day. In the meantime, he can just take his anger out on people like they're his punching bags. During the walk, however, Jacob was a little quieter. It was as if he was immersed in his own memories, not paying attention to Marion, who was walking beside him. He just rolled along the paths, automatically switching buttons to turn in the right direction. He doesn't really need me right now, Marion thought. He can ride on his own. The paths are perfect everywhere. But according to the terms of the contract, I must accompany him at all times and never leave him alone. "I wonder if you like that kind of work, Merlin?" Jacob asked suddenly. "I'm Marion," she corrected. "I don't care. It's just a job, a normal job." He chuckled. "You don't say. I have a lot of my own companies, employing thousands of people. If I wanted to, I could buy up all the houses in this village. That's a proper job." "You can leave me at the bar," the old man continued through gritted teeth. "If you stay, you'll do a lot of other, less pleasant things. Isn't that what you dreamed of at school?" Marion felt herself getting really angry. "I don't know why you started this conversation," she said honestly. Jacob grinned. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself in front of the kids? You're a grown woman working as a nurse. You don't even have to be smart about it. Just do as you're told. A monkey could do it. Or is that all you're not clever enough to do?" "If the monkey could do it, why do you change carers so often?" Marion asked. "Maybe it's because you don't treat them like people, but like animals. I think I'd agree that chimpanzees or gorillas would be a better fit. At least they wouldn't understand how you treat them." The old man laughed. "I'm a millionaire. Manners don't suit you, princess. You can leave even today. I'll even ask Robert to pay you a week's salary in advance." For a second, Marion wanted to take the money, grab the children, leave and never see this arrogant, nasty old man who treats her like some baron with servants. "No," she said to herself, "that's what he wants, and I'll never get another job like that." Marion remembered how many CVS she'd sent, how many times she'd been rejected, how many evenings she'd sat thinking about what else she could sell to pay the mortgage and food. "I'm fine with it," she said cheerfully to Jacob, and even found the strength to smile. "We've got dinner and evening treatments coming up, so I think you should turn your vehicle in the opposite direction." Marion had been working for Jacob for a fortnight now, and every day she felt like she couldn't hate the man more. And every new day he proved her otherwise. The old man always found something to pick on about Marion: her appearance, her voice, her gait, words spoken with the wrong accent. Once she got overexcited and didn't get into his vein the first time. He remembered it for 3 days. Marion was shaking with unfair resentment, anger, and most of all, powerlessness. She realized that Jacob was aware of her predicament and was taking advantage of it. He was used to power, used to being first in everything, to being obeyed, to being feared. And now he is just a pathetic, sick grandfather who is left all alone. Having plucked up courage, Marion once asked Robert if their boss had a wife and children. "As far as I know," he replied, "no children, but he had 4 wives." "4?" Marion gasped. "Yep. The first one he married when he was very young. I think she was from a rich family. Did he work for her father then, or did they have a business together? I don't know exactly. It was kind of a marriage of convenience. Jacob worked hard. His father-in-law noticed him and helped him start his own business. When the boss got big enough, he didn't need his wife, so he filed for divorce. Then there was some model about 10 or 15 years younger than him, Robert continued. They lived with her for a while, 3 or 4 years. Then he caught her cheating on him and divorced her too. And the third, as far as I know, left him. She was also some young and beautiful girl who got bored with him. Gee, sighed Marion. And the fourth was already some old friend of his. They were the same age and had been friends for a long time. They'd married when they were both in their 50s. Both he and she had a few divorces under their belts. She was the one they seemed to have a good life with. But she died about 5 years ago of cancer. Oh, that sounds sad, said Marion. People who've been here longer than me say that's when he got the way he is now. He was supposedly quite tolerable before. No angel, of course, but he could live. Now he's getting worse every day. Marion sighed. That's a very sad way of putting it. Doesn't he have any relatives? Robert shrugged. There seems to be a sister who has children and grandchildren of her own, but they live abroad and rarely come here. He's a very lonely man, said Marion. It's sad to be so ill, living alone in a huge house. Aha, replied the steward. So he takes out his poison on those around him. Every evening Marion looked forward to the end of the working day. Then she could finally live for herself, spend time with her children. They had settled in quite well, by the way. All the staff were very friendly to Stephen, Alex, and especially little Molly. Camila took care of them, feeding them goodies. Marcus, with Marion's permission, took the children for rides with him if he went somewhere not far away on the chief's errands. The boys had mastered the grounds of the manor with its huge garden and many beautiful quiet corners. The only thing they tried to do was to keep out of sight of the master of the house. It wasn't that hard, though. Jacob only went for walks when Marion was with him. It was usually in the morning, and only sometimes in the afternoon or late afternoon. A fortnight later, Marion was reminded for the first time that she had an irregular working day. She and the children had long since gone to bed when Marion's phone suddenly rang. Robert's number came up. Yes, I'm listening, Marion mumbled sleepily. Marion, get in the house right away. Jacob's having a seizure. Marion jumped up on the bed. She was wide awake. She had been warned that the ward could have such attacks. In such a case, Marion should immediately run into the house and administer first aid. She didn't even bother to get dressed, just threw on a dressing gown over her nightgown and rushed into the house. The lights were already on everywhere, and frightened night maids and guards were running around. Marion made her way to the bedroom without wasting time. Jacob was half lying on the bed, breathing so heavily that she could hear him whistling and wheezing from a distance. Beside him stood Robert, who had put the supervisor in, opened the windows, now pulling out anything Marion might need. She nodded gratefully to the manager and set to work. She put the oxygen mask on Jacob's blue face and started the oxygen supply. Then she quickly found the vials in the medicine cabinet, filled the syringes, and administered the injections. Fortunately, the attack was not severe, and the medicine began to take effect quickly. Marion watched carefully as the old man's pulse evened out, his breathing recovered, and his complexion returned to normal. There, she said, "It's all right, Jacob." The old man nodded and gave a hoarse squeeze. "For someone who's just been hoofing it, that'll do." "You should have some hot tea with mint or linden now," Marion said. "I'll have them make it for you." "Yes," said the chief. "And I have one more favor to ask of you. Will you do it?" Marion nodded. "Yes, of course. What is it?" "Next time move faster, or you'll be dead before you get there." Marion felt all her pity, which she had just felt, watching the old man suffering a seizure, as if blown away by the wind. "I'll do my best," she replied discreetly. "I'll go and tell him about the tea." A minute after Marion had asked for tea to be made, Robert came into the kitchen. "How are you?" he asked. "All right." That's just the way he is. He'll play the villain to the last, even when he's dying. Marion asked. I think that's what he is. The steward sighed and ran his hand through his hair. You know, he said in a confidential tone, I sometimes think that the chief isn't really like that. It's just that at some point he's decided that this is the only way to communicate with the world, and he's afraid to act human. Marion shrugged her shoulders. A noble theory, Robert. But I'm sorry, I'm sure he's being sincere. Robert smiled. How about some coffee? He suggested. No, I'd rather go to bed. Good night. Good night, Marion. The next day, when Marion and the children came for breakfast, Robert made an unexpected announcement. Marion, you have the day off today. Why is that? She wondered. The manager shrugged his shoulders. The chief said so. His sister and her children are visiting him. Apparently they'll look after him. Marion frowned. And the injections? IVs? Robert waved his hand. Don't worry, we call a nurse from the private clinic for such cases. Why doesn't she come every day? Why should I? Marion didn't understand. The boss doesn't like new people. Camila suddenly intervened in their conversation with a smile. He was just putting the children on the second portion of pancakes, so he demands that there should be one constant. Someone who knows all his habits. I see, Marion replied. That's why he drives people crazy and makes them quit, she added mentally. And it's more pleasant to abuse a permanent slave than nurses from a private clinic who will be different every time. But she didn't want to say it out loud in front of the kids. Let them think she had a good job. We've almost all got the day off, Marcus added. If you don't mind, Marion, and you guys too. I can take the kids to the zoo and then we can go out for lunch on the way, Marcus said. Yes, Uncle Marcus, Molly shouted happily. Of the three, she was most attached to the young, cheerful driver, who always paid attention to the children. No, my good ones, Robert said firmly. Marcus has the day off and I can't force you on him. The driver waved his hand. Don't worry, Robert, he said. I'm going there with my nephew anyway. He's 10, and I'll take yours with me. 2, it won't be a problem. Marion looked at the children doubtfully. We'll behave, Alex said, looking at his mother pleadingly. The eldest shrugged his shoulders, saying that if necessary he would go. Marion never worried about his behavior. All right, she sighed. Then I'll go get the money. No need, Marcus replied. The chief always leaves money for such small expenses. The others present nodded. Don't even worry about it, Camila assured her. After breakfast, Marcus and the children went to the garage to start the car and drive to the zoo. Robert and Marion were the only ones left. Do you have plans for the day off? The assistant asked Marion. I don't know. I should probably go into town, see how the flat is. Robert perked up. Do you want to go for a ride together? I've got a couple of chief cases to take care of. It won't take long, and then we can see your flat. And we can have lunch on the way back if you don't mind. Yes, that's all right, said Marion. Robert was easy and comfortable with her. He could keep up a conversation without being intrusive. He talked interestingly about the things he was doing now, but did not spill too much. Marion suddenly realized how little she had ever had such simple human companionship in her life. After she quit her job, all she had left in her life was her husband and children. Sure, there were her friends from college and work, but they had their own lives, husbands, kids, jobs. And they didn't get to see each other very often. And after Matthew left, she'd lost herself. Constant thoughts of how to find a job, how to pay the rent, worrying about how her children would feel about their father leaving. There was no time for herself. How long have you been working for Jacob? She asked Robert. He thought for a few seconds. 5 years. That's a long time. Well, if you don't count me, I'm hardly the newest guy in the house. Wow, how you're all holding up. Is there a secret? Or was the manager not like this before? The manager laughed. When I came, he was perhaps a little gentler, but he wasn't particularly kind. I won't hide it. He's not easy for me either. I can imagine, said Marion, sighing. Robert smiled. For the first 6 months I wanted to quit, probably 7 times a day, then a little less often. Now I don't think about it at all. Why not? Marion frowned. Salary, of course, it plays its part too. Not the last, but not the first. What else? Marion wondered. Robert is so clever, so confident. He must be a good professional and, unlike her, could find many more excellent jobs. Experience, Robert said. I not only run the house, but I help Jacob run his business remotely. Don't look so weak and decrepit. He's got a pretty good head. Marion wasn't sure, but she decided not to argue. And now I'm unlikely to find another job where I can watch how to manage such a huge amount of money, the assistant continued. Understand? I do, said Marion. Except that your life keeps revolving around Jacob. Don't you feel sorry for yourself? Your wife and children hardly ever see you at home? Robert laughed. I guess I don't look very young, he replied. But I'm only 33. Marion was confused. I don't know what you mean, she admitted. And you look wonderful. Thank you. May. I'm flattered. It's not every day I get compliments from such beautiful young women, Robert said. I mean, I don't have a wife or children yet. A fiancé? Marion asked. No girlfriend. I see that looks suspicious, laughed Marion. A little, Robert admitted. I'm just a workaholic. I want to start a family when I'm sure I can provide for them. By the way, we're here. It'll be 15 minutes in the rain. Then we'll see your flat. Of course, Marion replied. Robert took some folder with documents and went out. Marion was left alone in the car. She suddenly thought that perhaps, like Robert, she would be tied to this house and the mean old man for years to come. Okay, it's summer now. What about in the autumn when the kids go to school, she pondered. Marion suddenly realized that Amanda, who had hired her, hadn't talked to her about the matter. Most likely because she hadn't counted on Marion holding out this long. And Marion has, and she's not going to quit. No, Jacob can't wait, she thought, biting her lip painfully, remembering last night. She'd been truly afraid for him then, and for the first time since then, sorry. As soon as he could breathe, he'd snapped at her. Robert came back and interrupted her sad thoughts. He looked pleased. What? Let's go to your place, he asked. Let's go. Marion replied. Everything was fine in her flat, too. It was as unlikely as anything could happen, but Marion was still more used to being in control. Lunch now. Robert said cheerfully, I'll show you a lovely place. But I don't think they cook as well as our Camilla does. Oh yes, sighed Marion. Nothing can compare to her food. But I'll try to surprise you. Robert took her to a large Georgian restaurant on the top floor of a large shopping center. There was pleasant national music playing. The air conditioners were running at full blast, which was especially nice after a hot summer day. They were escorted to a table with 2 soft sofas right by the window. From there they had a view of the river and the new high bridge. Would you mind if I chose for you? Robert asked. Go ahead, Marion replied cheerfully. I don't know anything here anyway. Fine, Robert replied. When the waiter came, Robert pointed his finger at several items on the menu without showing Marion. So she didn't know what to expect. She was surprised when the first thing she got was a glass of red wine. It's only lunchtime, she reminded her companion. So? Robert asked. Marion sighed because she couldn't find any other arguments. Aren't you going to have any? She inquired. I'm driving. Definitely not, Robert replied. The wine was both moderately sweet and tart. Marion savored the taste and suddenly thought she couldn't remember the last time she had sat like this and spent time quietly with a glass of wine. Thank you, she said. This is the most wonderful weekend I've ever had. Robert smiled. Wait to thank you, he said. The food hasn't arrived yet. Marian liked the food very much. The soft, hot dough of the khachapuri with the slightly difficult-to-stretch cheese, the salad with crisp mini aubergines and lots of greens, the flavorful meat, and the juicy sauces. "Oh," she said, leaning back on the soft back of the couch. "That was wonderful." "I'm very glad," Robert replied. He was leaning back and apparently unable to move either. "It seems that it will take us some time to recover," Robert remarked. Marian nodded lazily and took a sip of wine. "I fully support it," she said. "In the meantime, we can talk." Robert raised his eyebrows in surprise. "That sounds scary," he said. Marian laughed. "I'm not your wife to make it sound scary." "Not yet. Anyway, I'm listening." Marian laughed. For some reason, she felt very light and good. "Tell me about yourself," she asked, and then confessed, "You're a mystery to me." "That's quite a confession," Robert grinned. "Why is that?" I wondered. "I just don't know anything about you," said Marian. "Neither do you about me," Robert remarked. "Fair enough. But let's start with you," Marian suggested. Robert chuckled. "Well, let's. I'm not from around here," he began. "I was born in a small town far, far away from here. Yes, I went to an ordinary village school. Lived in an ordinary family, but always had great ambition." Marian smiled. So Robert continued, "I decided to come here. It wasn't easy, but I managed. The student years were fun. Then I got a job second, third, fourth. Then I got to Jacob. Do you know the rest of it?" "I have a feeling you've left a lot out of your story," Marian said thoughtfully. "Who knows, maybe I'll tell you about it later," Robert said. "Now we need to talk about you." "Good. But I haven't got anything interesting either," admitted Marian. "I'm a local, but only my mum raised me. I never met my father, and my mum never told me much about him. She was a music teacher. So, as you know, we didn't live very well." "Did you go to music school?" Robert asked. Marian sighed. "It was a terrible 7 years of my life," she said. "I can only remember one tune now. Mum made me play it most often. Everything else has faded from my memory. I've played this one so many times that if you woke me up at 2 a.m., I could play it with my eyes closed." "What's the tune?" "Bach, Chopin, Tchaikovsky," Robert asked. "No, it's not classical for sure," replied Marian. "Honestly, I don't even know. Mum never told me who the author was. We certainly didn't study it at school. I have a theory that she composed it herself, but I can't say it's true." "Well, go on," said Robert, and then he interrupted himself. "Do any of your children go to music school?" "No one," Marian cut him off. Robert laughed. "Shall I order you some more wine?" She shrugged, and Robert asked for another glass. "Unlike you, I didn't do very well at school," she continued. "The only thing I could count on after high school was college. And for some reason I suddenly decided I wanted to be a nurse. I thought it was a very beautiful, noble, and romantic profession," said Marian. "It is," Robert agreed. "Not a bit of it." Marian sighed. "No, I don't regret it. Studying was interesting and so was working. It was at work that I met Matthew, my husband. He was a patient of yours." "Yeah, I'd just started working. I didn't really know how to do anything on my own. I remember my hands shaking when I was giving injections or dressings. I thought I could see it from a mile away. But Matthew didn't notice." Robert smiled. "I'm sure he fell in love with you at first sight." "He said he did," Marian nodded. "In fact, I liked him too. Soon we started seeing each other, and 6 months later we were married. And then I found out I was pregnant." "You've become a very young mum," Robert smiled. "Yes, of course it was difficult at first. But then Mum was still alive and she helped me a lot," said Marian and sighed. "Then Stephen grew up and went to kindergarten. I went to work, but not for long. When he turned 4, I got pregnant with Alex. And 3 years later, Molly was born." "Wow." "After Molly was born, we decided I was going to stay at home. That's why I didn't work for 7 years. Wow, Robert said. I must say you're doing a wonderful job, especially after such a break. Marian smiled. Thank you. That's nice to hear. Can I ask you a personal question? Ask away, she nodded to Robert. Marian took another sip of wine. Why did you separate from your husband? Robert asked. Why did I leave my husband? She asked him again. Yes, he left me. Maybe the wine played a part. Maybe it's been a while, but it's the first time I've ever made that confession so easily. He just left a note saying he was in love with another woman, she explained. He didn't even talk to you, Robert wondered. Marian shook her head. What about the children? He didn't even say goodbye to them either? How awful, Robert exclaimed. Marian smiled. I don't know what you mean. What horror. It's all right, she said. I'm fine now. Is that why you're holding on to this job? Robert guessed. Exactly, Marian nodded. They were silent for a few minutes. Each was digesting everything that had been said in the dialogue. Then Marian asked, What about your personal life? You're only 2 years younger than me. I can't believe you haven't had a serious relationship. Robert smiled kind of sadly. I have, and for quite a long time. I started dating an ambitious girl when I was still in college. I had that quality too. Only our goals were different. My ambitions were career-related, and hers were to find a successful man. Aren't you a successful man? Marian asked in surprise. Thank you for saying that. It's hard for me to judge that myself. Then I tell you that you are a successful man, interrupted Marian. Much obliged, Robert replied. Well, anyway, my beloved did not consider me a successful man, and she broke up with me because she said she was worthy of more. A very stupid woman, commented Marian. After that statement, I'm obliged to pour you more wine, Robert said, indicating to the waiter to repeat himself. Oh, sighed Marian, I haven't drunk so much in a long time. So Robert continued. She left me, and I decided that I would become the successful one, and she would come back to me. And how did it go? Marian asked. Great. In the process, I realized that I don't want to be with a woman for whom I'm not good enough, for whom I'm important not as a person but as a social status. Marian nodded. And I don't want to be with a man who gave birth to 3 children. And then he left, leaving only a note on the table, she confessed. Robert smiled sadly. I fully support such a wise decision. In the morning, Marian woke up with difficulty. Her head ached and her mouth was dry. The light of the sun shining through the curtains seemed unbearably bright. I overslept, she thought with horror. And I probably didn't even set my alarm clock last night. The clock, however, showed it was still early. Marian showered, brushed her teeth. After making sure the children were still asleep, she slipped quietly out of the outhouse and into the house. Camila was already bustling about in the kitchen. Oh, Marian. The woman greeted her cheerfully. Good morning. How are you up early this morning? Yes, said Marian hoarsely. It seems I had a very stormy day off yesterday. Camila smiled understandingly. Now everything will be. In an hour you will be awake and cheerful, like a 15-year-old schoolgirl. A minute later she put a huge cup of fragrant tea in front of Marian, smelling of berries and herbs. The best cure for a hangover, said Camila confidently. And eat this too. She set down a plate with a large sandwich with meat, lettuce, tomato and egg. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life, Marian said blissfully as she ate her breakfast. You're magic. Thank you, Camila replied, embarrassed. By the beginning of the working day, Marian had recovered enough. Jacob had been unusually friendly today. Perhaps it was the meeting with his relatives, but he hardly commented on Marian's actions and did not make any derogatory comments. You're remarkably quiet today, said Marian, as they went out for their traditional afternoon walk after lunch. Don't let it get to you while it's quiet, Jacob said, but not in a mean-spirited way. All right, I won't, Marian said. Those are your children, aren't they? He pointed to Alex and Molly, who were chasing each other around the fountain. Stephen was sitting on a bench, reading a book with one eye and watching the younger ones with the other. Mine, replied Marian, horrified at the thought that she was about to be reprimanded. But her ward only nodded. They're good, and they seem to be friendly. Thank you, Marian replied cautiously. Are you raising them alone? Continued to show unexpected interest, Chief. I am now. That's why you put up with me, Jacob said, realizing it was a statement, not a question. I wanted to have many children when I was young, too, Jacob said suddenly. It didn't work out. You've been married 4 times, haven't you? Marian asked in surprise, and then a twinge. It was hardly appropriate to know such information. But strangely enough, the chief did not comment on it. Yes, he replied. Jacob stared ahead, as if he were mentally reviewing his whole life. Didn't your first wife want children? Marian asked. Yes, I didn't at the time, either, Jacob answered. She and I were young and spoiled. Both of us from rich families wanted to have fun and enjoy life. Or rather, my wife did. I was interested in building a business at the time. So why did you get married? My parents insisted. It was good for the business. Actually, I didn't mind. She was a pretty girl. I thought I'd get used to her. Well, after a few years, it became clear that we were completely different people. I got divorced and went to work. He stopped talking. Can I have some water, please? Jacob asked suddenly. Marian hurriedly held out the bottle. Please, she thought, wondering for the first time in weeks what was happening to him. Jacob sipped and continued. I don't have much to say about my second, third wives. I married them, I don't know, just for status. Young, beautiful. I thought it would be great, but every time I realized quickly that it wasn't what I wanted. And all they wanted from me was money. He fell silent again. Marian held out the water, but the old man shook his head negatively. Then there was another situation. This is what could have been true love. Your fourth wife? Marian asked. No, that was before her. I didn't marry that girl. It was a waste, as I thought many times afterwards, but I don't want to talk about it. It's too personal. And what he's telling me now isn't too personal, thought Marian, but yet for some reason he chose to share it with her. The fourth wife became more of a friend to me, Jacob said. I already knew about her diagnosis when I proposed marriage. Diagnosis? Marian asked. Yes, Samantha had cancer. In fact, she and I had known each other for years, too. Our parents had been friends since childhood. Over the years, we'd kept in touch from time to time, and then suddenly we met and talked and decided that we could spend a few years together. Were you with her all the way to the end? Marian asked. The man nodded. She was a wonderful woman and a true friend. After she died, I didn't need anyone else, Jacob said. I sympathize with you, she said sincerely. It was as if Jacob woke up. You and I have been talking, he said. Come on, let's go home. It's time for my evening pills. After this strange conversation, Marian felt sorry for her ward again. It couldn't be said that their communication improved much after that. Jacob could still speak harshly to her, but now she somehow took it easier. Summer was coming to an end, and Marian wondered what to do when the children went to school. How do you like it here? She asked them one day. I like it very much. Ahead of the rest of them, Molly replied. Aunt Amanda cooks good food. Uncle Marcus takes us everywhere. There's a big garden, so we can play all day long. You have to go back to school soon, she reminded her daughter, who wrinkled her nose funny. I don't want to go to school, she said. Marian sighed and looked at her middle son. I like it here too, Alex said. But about school, I understand that, he smiled at Marian. You have to go to it. Thank God I understand you. The answer is accepted, Marian said. She shifted her gaze to her eldest son. I think you and I need to talk, Stephen said. Come on, Marian agreed. They went out into the garden. Stephen sighed. Summer's coming to an end, he said. We all have to go to school soon. We have to think about what to do about accommodation. Marian smiled. You've got a good eye for detail, as always. The son nodded. Dad called me the other day, he admitted. Marian's eyes widened. When a few days ago? Why didn't he call me? Afraid, I guess. But the official story is that he's very busy. I see, sighed Marian. What did he want? As I understand it, he wants to meet you, maybe to discuss the divorce, or, on the contrary, wants to make up. Marian laughed. Reconcile? Well, maybe. Marian hesitated, but then decided to ask her son the question. Do you want that to happen? Stephen shook his head negatively. I don't mind the younger ones seeing him if they want to. I'll see him too if I have to, but the rest is up to you. He's your father, she said, but I don't think I love him anymore, and I can't forgive him for what he did. You don't have to forgive him. As for our school, maybe we should talk to Robert now. Will he think of something? I'll try. You're the smartest. She hugged her son. Everything will be fine, he said. Tell your father I'm ready to talk to him. Let him call. Don't be afraid. I'll tell him, Stephen promised. A few days later, after Marian and Jacob had finished their morning routine, Robert came in. Ready, Jacob? The assistant asked. Where can I go? The chief replied calmly. Let's go. Are you coming too? Robert turned the last word to Marian. She was surprised. She is, of course, replied the ward calmly. I have a lot of documents to sign and some personal meetings. You could be needed at any time to change nappies or wipe armpits. I have to have some dignity. What if I have an attack at night? I don't want to suffocate in front of my business partners. As they drove to the business center where Jacob was supposed to do business, the manager explained. We don't know exactly how long this will take. You can sit in the restaurant. It's in the same building on the top floor. Just tell him to put it on Jacob's tab. Okay, Marian replied. If you need anything, Robert will call, Jacob added. At the restaurant, Marian ordered tea and tiramisu. She suddenly thought it was a great opportunity to meet Matthew. He was kind of in town. Marian didn't get out here very often, and there were things she needed to discuss with her husband. She called her husband, and he was willing to come over. What a place you picked, he said as he sat down at the table. You look like you've lost a little weight, but you haven't changed, just like you've lost a little weight. You look amazing, he said. Thank you, said Marian. You too. He shrugged embarrassedly. I'm glad you called me. Marian sighed. We should have talked a long time ago, at least to decide when to file for divorce. Matthew frowned. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. It's great that we're on the same page here. He moved over and placed his hand gently on her arm. Maybe we're being hasty, he said. Maybe we shouldn't get divorced. Should I not believe my ears? Marian interrogated. It was you who left me, wasn't it? You left a note and left without even saying goodbye to the kids. Didn't pick up the phone, didn't return messages. Just disappeared from our lives as if we were nothing to you and you hadn't lived with me for 15 years. Just came round one evening for tea. Matthew froze in embarrassment. I'm sorry, he said. I don't know what was wrong with me then. It was just some kind of madness. I was out of my mind. Marian sighed and released her hand to rub the bridge of her nose. Was that it? She asked. I won't ask how and how much you cheated on me and why you decided to break up. I've known about it for a long time, but why couldn't you talk to me properly? Why did you abandon the children? My husband lowered his eyes. I know, he said. It must have been a midlife crisis or something. It's just that at some point everything started to go crazy. Work, life, 3 kids. You're always with the kids and I'm in the background. I'm sick of the whole thing. And your new love? Young, fun, carefree, childless? She asked. Sort of, he replied. I lost my head then. I was afraid to tell you, even more so for the kids. What changed? She asked. Her husband moved closer. I've realized in these months how much I've missed you and the children, he said. And I want things to go back to the way they were. Marian shook her head slowly. Nothing has changed, she said. We'll get back together. In a couple of weeks, you'll go off with another girl. No, I won't do that, Matthew assured her. Marian sighed. Jaroslav, she said, I've had a lot of time to think about it, and I've realized that I can't forgive you, and my love for you has disappeared in that time too. I'm sorry, but I think we need to agree and decide when we go to file for divorce. Her husband's face suddenly changed. Marian suddenly saw clearly how his contrived tenderness and remorse came off. Then we must talk about the division of property, he said in a harsh tone. Marian was surprised at this abrupt change of subject. In fact, it amused her. Let's talk, she agreed. Your car goes to you. My flat goes to me and the kids. Matthew shook his head. No, let's sell it and split the money in half. Half. Marian smiled. I'm raising 3 kids on my own. Her husband was embarrassed, but he continued to stand his ground. I was paying her mortgage. And you didn't work? Sitting on my back? Yes, because I was taking care of the house and the 3 kids. And now I'm paying the mortgage. You left me out of the blue and didn't even help the kids. You can't imagine what I've been through these past few months. Well, then we'll get back together. The husband returned to the old topic. And we won't have to share the flat. Marian sighed. No, Matthew, I've already said everything. So you have her husband's voice suddenly lowered like a snake's hiss. And who will need you alone with 3 children? Do you think any man but me will look at you? You stupid pet chicken. All you know how to do is cook soup. Marian felt tears coming from her eyes. It hurt her to hear such words from the father of her children, from the man she had loved for so many years. Let's not play innocent, her husband continued. You yourself will come to me on your knees. She will not, said a familiar male voice behind her. She did not have time to see what happened next. Only Matthew suddenly flew across the restaurant and collapsed to the floor. Robert shook the hand that had just collided with her husband's jaw. That was harsh, but I guess it was understandable, Jacob commented. Marian looked up and saw the supervisor. He looked as pleased as a cat for some reason. And you're here? She asked in amazement. Everyone heard, he said rather dryly. Matthew rose slowly from the floor. He pressed his palm to his bloody lips. We'll talk to you again, he threw to Marian. Wow, Jacob said admiringly. I should get out of the office more often. This place is fun. Shall we go home? Robert asked Marian. We will, she answered quietly, wiping away her tears. She was sent to Camila's kitchen to drink tea and calm down. We have something to discuss with the boss, Robert said. You get some rest. I'll call you. But Marian had no appetite. She was replaying in her head what had happened in the restaurant. What's going to happen now? Will she be fired? Probably get fired. Jacob hardly needs a problem employee getting his assistant into fights in the middle of the business center. And what about the flat? Do we have to split it in half? Where will she and the kids live then? What if she has to find a new job, even if she doesn't get fired today? The school issue hasn't been canceled. With so many problems, Marian's head was spinning. Marian, let's go, she raised her head. Robert's face didn't make it clear what judgment she had been given, so she stood up and obediently walked with him into the chief's office. What a show you put on today, Marian, Jacob said cheerfully. I'm sorry, said Marian. I didn't know that was going to happen. Well, it was kind of funny, the chief said. We have other things on the agenda. Marian squirmed. Now he was going to tell her everything. Do you want to continue working here? Jacob asked. Are you firing me? Marian asked. Do you want to? No, she answered quickly. Then I'm not. Good, he nodded. Soon your children will have to go to school. Yes, Marian confirmed cautiously. Jacob nodded. We'll get them a car and a driver, Robert said, to take them to school and bring them back. Marian opened her mouth. But why? She asked. Because I don't want to look for a new employee, the chief replied calmly. Thank you, Marian muttered. And we also need to solve the housing issue, Robert added. What about it? She wondered. Living in the outhouse in the winter is an option, Jacob said. It's warm and everything, but it's not very comfortable to run out in the cold for breakfast. So let's look at your new rooms. New rooms? Marian shook her head incredulously. There is an almost empty wing in the house, Robert explained. That's where we intend to put you. They left the study and went in the direction of rooms where Marian had never been before. What wing is this? She asked curiously. Jacob sighed. It's a part of my past, he said. I wanted to forget it, not remember it. But now I realize it's time to let go of the past and look to the future. They went into the largest room. This is the common room, said the chief. From here there are 4 bedrooms. There's enough for you. Marian walked around in surprise, looking round the rooms. Each room looked like a separate work of art. Beautiful, tastefully chosen furniture, paintings on the walls, everything is thought out to the smallest detail. Except it looked like it hadn't been used in years. I wonder why, Marian thought. Suddenly she saw under the white cloth the outline of an object from her childhood. A grand piano. Marian exclaimed in amazement. May I? She turned to Jacob. He shrugged his shoulders. Marian carefully removed the white cloth that covered the instrument and ran her fingers over the keys. The instrument was a little distressed, but it was quite playable. Marian sat down. And she began to play the only tune she could remember, the one her mother had played, and many, many times since she was a little girl. The first few notes were difficult, but then her hands remembered it, and her fingers flew over the keys with ease. She sat with her back to Jacob and didn't see the change in the old man's face. First he stretched it out in astonishment. Then he turned his head, as if he wanted to make sure his hearing wasn't deceiving him. Then a tear rolled out of his right eye, then another from his left. Robert walked quietly over to the piano and stood facing Marian. He looked at her, and then suddenly he looked at the chief and couldn't hold back his astonished cry. Jacob, what's the matter with you? Marian immediately stopped, turned round in amazement. The old man was sobbing unashamedly and wiping his face with his shirt sleeve. How do you know that tune? He asked. It was composed just for me. When Jacob was calmed down by the joint efforts of Marian and Robert, the chief asked for tea to be served to everyone. They returned to his office, and there the chief began his story. When I met Vivian, he began, I was still married to my 3rd wife. She and I hardly ever saw each other even then. We only met to discuss how we were going to divide the property. He sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Anyway, I was getting really tired of it. Work, divorce. One day I just walked out of a business meeting, let the driver go, and just went to the park, sat on a bench, and realized how nice it was. Just sunshine, birds singing, trees turning green. And then I saw her, Vivian. Marian froze. Her heart was beating very fast. She couldn't believe what was happening. So beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman, Jacob said dreamily. And then she looked at me and smiled. And I knew I was lost. Marian saw Robert looking at her and smiling. When he noticed her gaze, he seemed confused and started to look at his boss, who seemed to be oblivious to his surroundings. He was completely immersed in the memory of events that had taken place over 35 years ago. My feet led me to it, Jacob continued. And for the first time in my life, I was scared. I was so afraid she'd refuse to meet me. I'd been with a lot of women, but none of them had ever struck such awe in me. At first sight, to my delight, she said yes. He smiled blissfully. I've probably never been so happy. My wife and I were no longer living together. And so I brought Vivienne into this house and made this wing just for her. It's the sunniest side of the house. And the piano. She played for you? Yes, Marian interrupted him hoarsely. Vivienne taught music, and that tune you played she composed especially for me. Why did you break up? Marian asked. Another tear rolled down Jacob's face. A fool, because he said calmly. I wanted to marry Vivienne, and she refused me. Why? Marian asked. He sighed. Said we were from different worlds, that she didn't want to turn into just a rich businessman's wife and stay at home. That's how it is, muttered Marian. Yes, I persuaded her. I told her she could do whatever she wanted and be herself. She refused and ended our relationship first. Then why do you say it was your fault? Marian asked. Jacob sighed. Because I didn't insist. Because I gave in easily, because I didn't find out then that she was pregnant. Marian looked up at him. Jacob was looking straight at her. Yes, he said calmly. I'm sure you're my daughter. Marian stretched her legs blissfully and lifted her head, letting the sun shine on her face. She liked it here. The sea had always done her good, especially now that they got out there as a family every year. Mum, did you see it? Molly came running up to her. I swam the fastest. No, you didn't, shouted the middle son. It was obvious that he was tired and shutting down, but he was showing that he was inferior to his younger sister, who had been going swimming for 3 years and was performing well. He didn't mean to. I just gave in to you, Alex stated. Yeah, sure, the girl blurted out. She was already well aware of her own abilities and knew that her brother was swimming at full strength. Alex ran off resentfully towards the cabin. And you had to tease him, Marian gently reprimanded him. He wanted to compete. What am I supposed to do now? Go take a shower, we'll go to dinner soon. When her daughter ran away, she stretched, reluctantly got up from the sunbed and walked towards the cabin. She saw Stephen lying in the hammock, talking on the phone as usual. Talking to his girlfriend again, thought Marian. What's her name? It's either Jennifer or Ashley. He's all grown up now. In half an hour, she said to her son, and he nodded, showing that he had heard his mother's words. It was cool in the spacious cabin. Jacob and Robert were sitting in the living room playing chess, as usual. We're going home in 3 days, and you haven't even burned, Marian sighed. She gently ruffled her husband's hair and kissed her father on the cheek. Don't worry, Marian, he replied. We'll make it. How is the sea? The water is warm, replied Marian. How's the game? A draw, replied father with a sigh. After all, Robert adopts from me not only the nuances of managing the company, but also the ability to play chess. Robert smiled. I learned from the best, Jacob, he said to his father-in-law. Checkmate to you, by the way. Oh, you, Jacob cursed. Grandfather Molly appeared out of nowhere. What does that mean? She asked. Jacob coughed embarrassedly. It means, young lady, he said with feigned sternness, that you're not legally allowed to say that for another 8 years. We have worse swearing at school, Molly said, laughing and running off to the shower. Change schools, Jacob said firmly. I won't have my only granddaughter using that kind of language. Marian walked over to her father and kissed him on the top of his head. Then you'll have to change Grandpa, she said, because he's the one Molly hears it most often. That's a fair point, sighed her father. That's a fair point, Dad sighed. I'll try not to swear so much. Marian smiled and looked out to sea. Through the transparent panoramic wall of their cottage, she could see the huge red sun slipping into the sunset. It's nice, she said, turning to Robert, who came over and hugged her from behind. I always feel good with you, replied her husband. Me too, said Marian. And I'm perfectly happy.